What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Yet another dark day. Uh, a Catholic school, as you see in my on my backdrop there, a Catholic school in Minneapolis is dealing with the aftermath of a massacre. So I'm aware of. Two children lost their lives. I think an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. You guys can correct me on this in the comments if you will, but I believe an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old, and over a dozen others were injured. I mean, this guy. Turns out it was a trans. The assailant was trans, and it sounds like, you know, let's be clear. Let's understand what we're dealing with in our society right now. America is anti-trans. There's no denying it. I'm switching over to Wi-Fi just so we can make sure the program doesn't have any glitches. But let's be clear. Right now in this country, we're not favorable to the trans community. That doesn't give them any right to do some shit like this. There's no justification to taking out a bunch of kids. So understand there is no ifs, ands, and buts about that. There's nobody trying to justify what happened. But what I am stating is, listen, you're already dealing with a hell of a lot in that community, and the way our country has shifted to the point of almost zero acceptance for the trans community. This might happen. There may be more of this. Now, this guy did what he did. Guy, gal, I think he identified as a girl. Did what he did what she did, and then executed. It took her own life. But that's probably what's going to likely happen. Is the person just gets fed up with the way they're being treated in society and does themselves off. But in this case, this person did it to innocent kids. Just like I said, it's awful. There's no excuse for it. But with the way our society is going in terms of being anti-trans, this could certainly happen again. It's absolutely something that could happen again. So, and what in the comments, Richard, you says anti-trans. Did you just say that? You really do not think currently America is anti-trans? I mean, let me know in the comments. You really think America is not currently anti-trans? Tell me your opinion on that. I'll address it immediately. But yes, that is exactly what I said. America is anti-trans right now. So people who many believe already, a lot of folks suggest they have mental illness. A lot of folks already say that if you're born one gender and you think you're the other gender, that means you're mentally ill. Well, if you're going anti this type of individual, well, I mean, some of them, if you believe they're already mental ill. And by the way, in the big beautiful bill, there were cuts to mental health. So getting mental illness addressed and things like that, there were cuts to programs dealing with mental illness in the big beautiful bill. So and we already were not very helpful in terms of folks dealing with mental illness, and now it's gotten worse in the big beautiful bill. So real quick in the comments, one of the individuals says we're absolutely not anti-trans. You gotta be kidding. They can't serve in the military anymore. Almost anytime you hear the president speaks of the transgender community, it's negative. Why would you suggest we're not anti-trans? Anytime you hear the current president, have you ever heard him say anything absolutely at all about the transgender community that was not negative? He talks about transgender all the time. Have you ever heard him say anything that was not negative? So the idea that we're not anti-trans is insane. I mean, listen, you can try to pretend or deny, but that community overwhelmingly would tell you they feel that this administration does not like them. You can deny it, but like I said, I don't think I've ever heard Trump speak in relations to the transgender community without it being negative. Whether it's, the suggestion that they're shoving things down kids' throats in schools, obviously wanting to make sure children have no access to the ability to transition at all, suggesting that gender-affirming care and all that stuff is bad for kids. I'm not going to try to defend it or say it's good or bad, but I don't see anything coming from the Trump administration that shows, okay, we're cool with you. I mean, didn't Trump state that he's going to ask Congress to only identify two genders, suggesting that you must go by the gender at birth, meaning there is no way in the eyes of government to even transition at all. How would you suggest that Trump is not anti-trans? That is insane. Just to even think that you see this administration and you're responsible, well, they're not anti-trans. It's about as clear as day that this administration is anti-trans. Anyhow, we're going to talk about what happened today, though. And of course, if it comes up, we're going to obviously end up discussing the fact that the person was a transgender person. That will come up. But fact is, this will happen again, and you can count on the next assailant or the one after that or the one after that not being trans. So this is not like some kind of trans phenomena where this is happening. This is happening from everybody. There are people of all backgrounds doing this in this country. I'm going to be talking to you folks because the question I want to ask you, the simple question is, do we care about this at all? Do we even care about children going to schools, congressional or not congressional, but parishioners going to church, shoppers going to the supermarket and just simply not coming home because somebody took their life? Understand, folks, a lot of this shit is uniquely American. This is not something that is happening throughout the free world, throughout the developing world, or even throughout the third world in many cases, where children are going to school and actually losing their lives at school. This is not something that is happening in most of the world. This is fairly an American problem. You go around the world and ask folks, what country do children often get taken out in schools? They're going to say America. This is not something happening everywhere else. Now, we can talk about where in some cases somebody might make a bomb or they may use a knife or whatever, but it ain't happening to this level. And anybody that tries to suggest that it is, in my humble opinion, is actually part of the problem in terms of denial. But I want to hear from you folks because I don't know if any of us have a solution, but perhaps we can all have a conversation and at the very least maybe see where we're getting some things wrong, or at least highlight the fact that based on what we're doing, we're almost encouraging it to happen again. So I want to hear from you folks. And I understand the things that are going to come up. Obviously, the assailant being trans, the Second Amendment, defending the Second Amendment is absolutely going to come up. You know, what do we always say? It's too soon to talk about that. This stuff is happening so quickly. I don't know at what stage do you start discussing it. 24 hours after the event, or less than 24 hours after the event. Many people say it's too soon to start talking about gun laws. Well, shit, this stuff might happen again tomorrow. These things are really close together. You don't get but maybe a month or two before another one happens in a school. But between the schools, there may be one in a supermarket, a church, or on a playground somewhere. You don't get a lot of time for folks to be saying, well, it's too soon. It's not like these are happening every few years, you know. Now, in regards to what we're discussing, on the monitor behind me, before we start taking calls and going into comments, because this is what I want to talk about tonight. We're not going to cover a whole lot of topics. If there is something else you want to discuss, type it in the comments. Throughout our conversations, it's likely to come up, and we will veer off. Certainly LGBT, because of the assailant in this case, that stuff is going to be discussed almost certainly on the program. Trump limiting spending in a big, beautiful bill for mental health issues, that is likely to come up as well. And of course, 2A. The screen behind me, 288 school, I'm trying not to say the word over and over again. You know what we're talking about because I don't want to trigger these censors, but basically massacres at school. 288 in America since 2009. Now this particular graphic I have up here, this wasn't created today, I don't believe. So it's probably more than 288 at this point. But notice, if you can see it on the screen, some of my cameras are a little smaller than others or zoomed out, but 288 in America since 2009. Canada has had only two. Only 2009 is what? 15, no, it's more than that, 16 years ago. So Canada's only had two in 16 years. France has only had two. one in Germany, and Japan, Italy, and the United Kingdom are all at zero. All at zero. Why the hell do we have 288 and all these other countries, the most they've had is 2? What are we doing wrong in what we often suggest is the greatest nation on earth? That's what we're going to talk about. So looking in the comments, two-way is all important. I get two-way is all important, but so is your damn kid's life, right? I mean, really, so your kid's life matters too, right? We're going to talk about that. Now, understand President Trump has declared a crime emergency in D.C., so much so that he took the National Guard from other states that have more crime in them to send them to D.C. to address the crime in D.C. He's also talking about sending the National Guard to deal with crime in Chicago. Why is children going to school and not coming home alive not considered an emergency in the eyes of President Trump? Have you heard him say he's going to do anything about this at all? Now, I'll take calls after I make this last statement and go in the comment section after I make this last statement, but one of the main things we often say after this stuff happens is, the traditional phrase, thoughts and prayers to the victim. To make a point, to make an actual point in regards to this, the assailant in this case targeted this event, created the event, and it sounds like they kind of orchestrated it around the phrase thoughts and prayers, because they actually took out the children while they were in the process of praying. And I believe they wrote a message on the side of one of the magazines that went in the rifle that said, "Where is your God?" So in other words, you can pray all you want. Where's your God now? He literally wrote that message on the side of one of the magazines to reload, and I think one of the looked like an AR magazine or something like that. It was a rifle magazine, high capacity rifle magazine. Literally wrote that on the side of the magazine. Where is your God? Almost taunting the phrase thoughts and prayers. In other words, they're praying while I'm doing this. So obviously praying does not have any effect. But yet that's what you've heard since this event has taken place. Thoughts and prayers to the victim. So looking in the comments, it doesn't matter why our youth is crazy. The fact is they are. Well, point is, this is not just happening at the hands of youth, though. It's just not. There's a whole lot of adults doing this. By the way, the individual in this case used legally purchased weapons that the individual who did this purchased themselves. So they took out children, but I believe this was an adult that did this. This person was in their 20s. Tim, this is a state and local issue. What Trump is going to do? Well, crime in Chicago is a state and local issue too. He found a way to do something about that. So you don't get to use that excuse now. What he did in L.A., sending the National Guard there, that was a state and local issue. He found a way to intervene in that. But now all of a sudden when kids are dropping, suddenly he can't do anything. It's a state and local issue. You don't get to use that. You don't get to use that excuse. He's proven that he has no problem interfering, or I won't say interfering, doing what he thinks is right, even if it's a state and local issue. You don't get to use that excuse now after he's been involved in state and local issues his entire second term. Maybe the guy they did the shooting wasn't paying or had a relationship with God. Well, he had enough of a relationship with God to call him out. He had enough of a relationship with God to make it clear that I'm going to wait till they're praying and then write on the side of the weapon, "Where is your God?" Making it clear that he's not going to save what I'm about to do. I mean, he literally wrote that on the side of the weapon. Let me go to the box. I just want to hear from you folks because, wow. I mean, is there any solution for this? Anything we should even attempt to do? Barry, good evening. Welcome to the program. Hang on a second, Barry. I don't know if I'm fucking with the volume here. Oh shit, I can't see what I'm doing here. Okay, there we go. Barry, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, all right. So, yet again, another school has children go there and they're dismissed permanently by gunfire. What are we doing wrong in this country? Because this ain't happening in most other countries, if not any.
Yeah, it seems to just be culminating with this large violent crime epidemic that we're seeing. In some communities, not everywhere. It's mostly in the black youth.
Ubalde, you see that in Ubalde, you see that in Sandy Hook, you see that in Parkland. You think wait, hold on. You think Columbine was black youth? I don't get where you're going with this. I can tell you schools all day long that had nothing to do with black youth. What point are you trying to make?
Well, the thing is, I mean, who did the shooting today? It was a transgender, right?
So why did you first start out with black youth?
Because I think it's culminating with the crime, and I mean they commit the most school shooting. By the way, I mean if you look at the numbers per capita, 54% are committed by white people.
Okay, that's still a significant number. Would you agree?
Well, that's below the expected average, being that we're 74%
Okay,
of the population.
okay.
You would expect that it was at random, we would commit about 74% of them, given that we're 74% of the population.
Very.
Far below that.
We're talking about how do we stop this shit, not who do we blame it on.
Well, we have to identify a problem.
Okay, let's say. Let me ask it to you this way. Let's say no African Americans in the country existed, and we took their numbers completely out of it. How would you stop the remaining ones coming from the white side of the aisle?
Well, yeah, it's easy. They already identify it themselves. This guy changed his name, right, with the government. Anyone who changed their name to the opposite gender should not be allowed to purchase said item that is allowed to carry out such act, right? If I go to the government and say, yeah, I'm a girl now, I think that I'm a girl, they should not. That should be, now I am ineligible to purchase a firearm. The fact that you're still allowed to while displaying vapid signs of mental.
So you're saying that if we prevented trans from purchasing firearms, that would eliminate all of the white mass casualty events?
I don't know why you're getting all. I said this would.
I asked you if you eliminate what's going on in the black community, how do you stop it from what's happening on the white side? You went straight to transgender. So what I'm saying is,
you start out with people who are telling on themselves, right? So people who are telling on themselves, I would go after them first, right? So anyone who's making it public that they're owning a firearm and have a mental illness. Job number one, you have to go after these people because they are a threat to public safety. And we have a whole list of them. The DSM-4 describes this to a T. It wasn't until political motivations got involved, the pharmaceutical lobbies realized that they could make a fortune off these people. They changed the language in the DSM-5.
Here's what I don't get. You do realize the number of these that are done by the trans community is incredibly low. I mean, I don't think there's been 5 of them. I don't think there's 5 of these have even been done. But this is an incredibly low portion of this.
You think less than 5?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you're wrong. I mean, there was at least 8. I mean, there was multiple this year. How many this year? How many do you think there was this year?
By the trans community? 8 of them?
Nashville? What about the last one? The last major one in a situation like this, Christian children. It was a trans person. Audrey Hill.
The one that happened in Nashville, that's a few years ago, ain't it?
Was that a few years ago?
Yeah, that didn't happen like yesterday. That's been a few years ago. There's been a bunch of these since then.
These are very rare. You brought up Columbine and Sandy Hook, which were 25 years ago.
These are not. These are not. And also, let me make it clear to you: this happens. This is not just happening in schools. It's happening in churches. It's happening in churches, grocery stores, all of that. This isn't very rare.
Name the last mass casualty event that was like planned sadistically, planned out like this, not like, you know, gang people fighting. Like, name the last mass casualty event that was like planned out like this, a sadistic event. They're very rare.
I don't.
You think of one in Europe. There was one in Europe at Mariana Grande concert. That was about 8 years ago. Think of a planned out sadistic event that ends up taking lives. Very rare.
Yeah, there's no way. There is just simply no way I believe that this is something that we would deem as very rare. There's a reason why all of the schools are practicing drills every day.
That's why the reason why your examples that you gave, like Sandy Hook, Columbine, are so far apart.
I gave those examples. No, I gave those examples because you tried to suggest that it's the black community, and I just gave you a bunch of examples that didn't feature black people.
Yeah, it's not every single one. It's not 100% of our problems are not caused by black people, obviously. Right?
When you're talking about
Already-
innocent children losing their lives in schools, I don't know why the first thing you did was went to African Americans. I mean, I don't even think we represent half of that.
Think of how many children are just like sitting in their homes and just a stray bullet goes through the drywall.
Well, now you're in a different conversation though. But now you're in
How
a
about this? We're at a football game or the prom, and someone's intending to shoot someone in a battle, and they miss and hit like 17 other people who are innocent bystanders. That's something we see every day, weekly in like Chicago.
Okay, so
Team takeovers. We saw it at the Super Bowl parade. These are things that we see every single day. I mean,
so you're saying every single day, children at football games and things like that are getting shot.
well, no, I'm talking like people are being victims of either carjackings or.
Okay, how far out? Okay, this is about children. Oh no, this is about children losing their lives in schools. You're all over the place. Now you're talking about carjackings. That's you're all over the place.
I mean, let's say this. If someone look at the person in Philadelphia who's just walking on the street, we're talking about insane acts of violence where people, to sadistic acts of violence. You don't see it much. In the white community, yeah, you see these freaks who are hopped up on HRT. They'll go into a school. I mean, half the time they're federal agents, honestly. I mean, you look at like Buffalo, New York, or whatever.
So how do you stop that? How do you stop that?
Security. I mean, this never happens at like the super rich institutions where the important children are at, like Ben Shapiro's. Well,
What do you mean by what do you mean by important children? So you're saying that everybody's child is not important?
Like people who are like Barron Trump, like high net worth individuals who Donald Trump actually cares about. These schools have tons of protection, tons of security, tons of layers before you get to the children.
So you're saying that Donald Trump you're saying that Donald Trump does not view us regular folks' children as important at all.
I mean, everyone would agree that there's different standards of security protection when it comes to different classes that you live in. Like if you're low class, you're going to be more exposed to certain violence opposed to like if you're Kim Kardashian's child, they're going to have extreme security at these. Think about like where LeBron James went to school. These acts do not happen because they have the measures in place, tons of security. I mean, it's just a matter of.
So how do you stop it for the, as you say, unimportant children? How do you stop it from happening to them?
Well, I think everyone's important. That's why I think, we got to stop spending all this money.
How do you stop it from happening to them? That's what I'm asking you. How do you stop children?
Yeah, sanction Israel, take the $340 billion you get, and spend half of that on stopping violence in the country. Yeah, so.
Give me some examples of what you would do.
Yeah, there's like specific door. You beef up the doors. You beef up the front doors. Like so, a lot of these schools have multiple entrances. If you limit that to like one or two, and you have personnel checking everyone in and out.
One of my viewers told me to ask you what time is the rally this weekend. Any idea what he's talking about?
Yeah, people just not really afraid of being called racist at this point. It's 2025. Like, if people are going to call you racist if you oppose, like, I mean, if you just are for just enforcing the law, you're racist nowadays, so it doesn't really do much for me.
No. I mean, you're either going to get called a racist or a socialist. That's the environment we live in.
Yeah, so I just wear it at this point. It doesn't really affect me. Like they'll call you all the names, but it's when they can call me wrong and incorrect, that's when I'll have a problem. You can call me racist, you can call me a Yahtzee, but when you call me wrong or when you prove me wrong, that's when I'll have an issue. Not until they prove me wrong will I really have an issue with them.
Well, I think you said a lot of things that probably qualify for that, but I'll leave it at that. So in other words, you believe the solution is in no longer funding Israel and using that money.
We have to start governing America as an empire. We're no longer a nation. This is no longer a group of people with similar cultures and norms that speak the same language.
Isn't that what Trump promised to do? Didn't Trump promise to be about America first and do that?
Well, I don't know if you remember. I told you I had my reserves on Trump because he was going to bomb Iran. I didn't think the mass deportations were going to happen. I don't know if you remember this. Do you remember this conversation?
I believe I remember some of it.
You
So,
know who I am?
yeah. I forget what the other name. Yeah, I remember you though. They
It
used
was like something Harry Sisson or something.
yes, they used to call you the James Bond. They used to call you the James Bond racist on the
There
program.
you go. Yeah, yeah.
I do remember
I told
you.
all this out months ago. I told you before the election Donald Trump was going to bomb Iran. I'm sitting here 2 months post Fordo bombing. It's feeling pretty good, honestly.
So how do you think he's done so far?
Oh, I think I predicted that it was going to be bad. I didn't think it was going to be this bad. I would grade him, like very low, very low. Yeah,
Wow.
I predicted. I mean, he bombed Iran, which was my biggest reserve why I didn't want to vote for him. That happened.
Okay.
Mass deportations are not happening, Ryan. I mean, they're very low numbers. They're not even posting the deportation records. Israel is getting more funding than ever, $340 billion. Ukraine war has not stopped. And J.D. Vance, I mean, the entity known as J.D. Hamill.
What does that
Silicon
mean?
Valley.
What does that mean?
Well, yeah, look up J.D. Vance's high school yearbook. That's his name. He changed his name to J.D. Vance. His
Oh.
real name is, like, his birth certificate was J.D. Hamill. Look at his high school yearbook. He's an entity created by Peter Thiel. He's not a real human, right? This guy is like the House of Cards. He's slated to be the president of the United States in 2028. He's the favorite bet in the betting market. But in 2022, this guy was a private citizen. He was working a no-show job at Peter Thiel's private venture capital.
Now, if I'm correct,
$100,000 to write a book.
if I'm correct, you did vote for this guy, didn't you? Did you not?
I'm gonna state that like it doesn't matter. So
Yeah, it does matter. You criticizing the hell out of him. Did you not? Did you vote for Trump and Vance?
in a blue state that didn't matter. I had 10,000 on the election.
Did you vote for Trump and Vance?
I pressed the button, unfortunately, but I didn't want to. I told everyone not to, but I still did.
Okay. All right, fair enough. I do got to move it on, Barry, but Harry Sisson.
Voted, and I regret every visit, but I'll still smash it in the face of all the people who told me to do it because everyone was calling me a Democrat. They were calling me a liberal.
You ain't a Democrat. You're not a liberal. I can guarantee you that.
Well, during the election season, when I'm telling people you shouldn't vote for Trump, he's not far right enough. He's captured by Israel, and just wait till the next election cycle when I'm going against J.D. Vance. They're going to be calling me a Democrat.
How much further to the How much further to the right? How much further to the, do you believe women should be able to vote?
No, honestly.
Okay.
In a perfect world, no. It should just be the man of the household. Like probably like one vote per household. Like very few people should vote. Yeah.
Why can't it be the woman of the household?
I guess in some circumstances, like it could end up being that way, but I think you should be here for multiple generations. You should have a stake in this country, and typically those individuals are men.
Okay, so you want Trump to be further to the right. Do you believe in high?
Much farther to the right. He's far too liberal.
Do you? Wow. Do you favor? Do you favor any? Do you favor any race? Do you favor any racial hierarchy?
No. I'm like a Christian, so I think everyone's like equal. But I mean, I'm like a white nationalist. I don't think we should be like, we should preserve like our white majority, obviously, and not give it away to foreigners like our country. If you read the Federalist Papers, John Jay, it's for the stock of the founders. It doesn't belong to everyone else. It's for Americans. And if you took all the Americans and changed them and put, let's say, like Indians or people from Somalia, it wouldn't be America anymore.
So
just like if you took all the Japanese people and switched them out with Indians.
Do you subscribe to replacement theory? Do you believe that's real?
Well, yeah, that's a fact. People in the comments are going to shove it in my face, and like on one side of the liberals, they'll say, "You guys are getting replaced. I can't wait until you are." And then the other side, if you bring it up, they'll call you like an anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist. But no, it's a great replacement fact. Like it is happening. This is a statistical thing. You can be measured. They take the census. Birth rates are falling rapidly.
Well, can't
all groups.
But can't the group that thinks they're replaced just have more kids? If you want that group to have more population, just have more kids, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's even communist countries that have tyrannical leaders where it's their vested interest to do this stuff, and they're still having problems with that, like in China. And,
But what would happen?
Korea are having this issue.
What do you think would happen? Because right now white people still have overwhelming majority. I think there's about 60% white. You're right. It used to be much further than
It's
that.
like 55.
Okay, but it's still way more than the other groups. So
the babies, the more so the babies being born today are not majority. The majority of babies being born today, like the individuals, the next generation, is not majority white.
So what happens if whites in this country are so? Let's say they're equaled out with Hispanics. What's the big deal? Why are you so concerned with that?
Then we lose our sovereignty, right? So let's say we could all vote for the same candidate, and we could still theoretically lose an election, and we wouldn't have a nation. We're a democracy, right? Everyone has an equal say,
Right.
In our system, right?
Okay.
And if all white people are displaced by foreigners and their votes are then also
I didn't say displaced. Wait, hold on. I did not say displaced. I said, let's say for instance there's the same percentage of whites as there are Hispanic. What would be so bad for whites in that?
Where are they going? Where are these people going?
They're living in America.
Well, no. You're saying like the averages are averaging out. Are we just importing so many that they're
No, it's exactly what you said. It's exactly what you said. The birth rate for whites is lower than it is the other groups, so they're producing more.
Shrink this down to like a classroom setting. So 20 students. If 17 students are white, and then in the other classroom 12 of them are white, where do the other 5 go? Those being displaced.
You're not being.
If they were 17, and then the next grade, you bring in all these people and they're being displaced. Like, where are they going?
They're not going anywhere. The problem is the white community tends to want to get their education and get their job and finances in line before they have a child, whereas maybe the Hispanic community, they'll just have a child before all of that and work on it after the kid is born, so they have more kids. The Hispanic community...
Like Somalis will have like 17 kids by the time they're 50.
Okay.
But like, when you're a white guy, you have to buy a chick a house, a car, $5,000, $100,000 for it.
So I'm still trying to get an explanation. What happens? What would be the problem if there were less whites in the country than other groups? What is the big deal?
Well, I do think, there is. For me personally, I am white, so I enjoy living around white people and living in white culture. And when you bring other people in, they bring their cultures. And a lot of them are rude. Honestly, the foreigners, they have a chip on their shoulder. I think they're owed something. So, this is also true for a lot of black people. And you do
realize there has been no group of people in American history that's been more hostile to immigrants than white people. White people have been hostile to every group that's came here, even other white people. You're hostile to the Irish, the Polish, the Jewish.
This is what I'm talking about.
What are you talking about?
My point. You just proved my point right there. I mean, white people have been the most charitable nations to the third world in the history. I got a 20% battery delay. In the history of worldkind, right? Mankind.
Yeah, I gotta
turn around and say, white people they're like Hitler, they're fascist, they're the worst things ever. And it's like, you don't understand. If white people, let me tell you this, white people have the ability, the systems, the wherewithal, the knowledge to inflict the most the intense brutality, the ruthless amount of force that can be inflicted on the people with our systems, our knowledge, our ability to deploy people and manpower. It could be the most ruthless.
I don't know what you're saying here. Okay, let me just say this because I don't know where you're going with that diatribe. But I have no clue what you're talking about. But let me just say this in regards to you saying I still have. I mean, extending what you're saying is not clearing it up. Okay, extending it and making it go longer is not. I don't understand what you're saying. But what I'm trying to tell you is this: when you suggest that white people have been the most charitable. If they've been so charitable, why is it that every group of people in this country that is not white has had to fight for equality in the end oppression? Every single group. From this group that's charitable, they've been constantly trying to oppress all these. Each one of these groups had to fight for every freedom they have from a group that you're saying is so charitable. Does that make sense?
Nah, that doesn't make sense to me. All these people who are fighting for equality. I mean, what are you talking about? You're talking about slavery?
I'm talking about women's suffrage. I'm talking about the Native Americans. I'm talking about Jim Crow and slavery. Every single group had to fight for equality.
Jim Crow. I mean, the reality is, black people, if they weren't brought here in slavery, they would be living in mud huts, sending smoke signals, eating each other, right? I mean, that's just the reality of it. That's the brute reality of it. And you're giving me access to the best civilization in the world, and you guys want to complain about it. It's really rich. I mean, you guys hate it so much. Go back to where you guys, your homeland, right? I mean, you guys would eat your last 10 seconds, right? And you want to sit here and complain.
So you said if blacks were not brought here, they would be eating each other, living in mud huts. So what are you suggesting, that only blacks in America live a civilized life? The rest of them all around the world are living in mud huts? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Well, in sub-Saharan Africa, I mean, you should visit.
There's a lot more places blacks live than sub-Saharan. I mean, do you want to talk about the folks that live out in Siberia that are white in Russia, how they live? I mean, there are some places where people are not as developed. There are plenty of places where whites are living like Vikings.
Wait, where do black people live in large numbers besides Africa? Europe?
You think all of Africa consists of mud huts and cannibals?
Sub-Saharan mostly, yeah, and then there's South Africa where the white people live, obviously.
So let me ask you an honest question. Do you just see whites as maybe more civilized and intelligent than blacks?
Civilized? I mean,
you said mud huts and cannibals.
Well, yeah, I mean, Africa, if you look
You can answer the question, do you see them as more civilized and intelligent? You're trying to talk around what you clearly are saying.
You can just look at IQ averages or SAT tests.
It's just a yes or no question, sir. It's a yes or
no. And IQ is definitely related to race, and there are disparities in the races, and black people are amongst the lowest, absolutely.
So you do see black people as lesser educated and less civilized than whites, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, just like the.
Why is it so hard to get you to answer that question?
I mean, yeah, I'd say, yeah, for sure. Yeah, sure.
And tell me how, with that answer you gave, you would not qualify as a defined racist. Tell me how you would not qualify. You clearly are a white supremacist based on that answer. Based on that answer, you're a white supremacist. Tell me how you don't meet the qualification of a white supremacist.
Because I believe Asian people are popular on average white people. This is just race realism. I just don't.
All right, I gotta move it on.
Genetics. Do you think every single person has the same IQ? Like all the groups have the same IQ on average?
I don't think your race dictates your level of civilization or your IQ. I think if you're brought up in a certain environment and you got the tools available to you, you're going to excel more than someone else that doesn't have it, regardless of what your race is. I don't think your skin color determines your brain capabilities.
It's inheritable at all. It's not genetic.
No. I think there are plenty of
children are just as likely to be as smart as my children. Is what you're saying?
If my children and your children have the same opportunities, there's no way to denote which one's going to be smarter based on skin color. That's what I'm saying.
Even the liberal position, like even the top people on your position, they agree that IQ is inheritable. It is a trait. You can change your IQ about 10 points, right? 20 points. There's things you can do to increase your IQ, but it's mostly inherited. It's genetics, right? This is an intangible. These are things that you either.
You and I disagree. I don't know anybody.
Well, it's not a matter of disagreeing, right? This is like, is the Earth flat?
No, I don't. Listen, if you got, I think it's more genetic when you got an athlete that you're more likely to be an athlete as a child if your dad or mom is athletes. But in terms of high IQ, I don't know where there's a hell of a lot of very smart people that typically have very smart children. It's the opportunities you grow up in. If you grow up wealthy and you got all the shit you need in schools and you got a nice background financially where you can go to the best places, that increases the likelihood of you being successful. Nothing to do with your skin color.
Then why are the places that have these people not developed? Africa is still as developed as it was,
Because people like you went over there and exploited them and took a whole lot of their manpower and shit from their country so they couldn't develop.
19th century. In the 19th century, we had gunpowder.
They're still doing it now. You never heard of Blood Diamond and all the oil exploits in Nigeria? That shit's still happening. I gotta move it on. Barry, I gotta move it on. I gotta move it on.
The rap music, they're blaming the rap music. There's so many excuses with you guys. It's
Okay.
the colonialism, the rap music.
All right. Appreciate it.
With you guys. You gotta.
I gotta move it on. I'll give you 20 minutes. I appreciate you coming through, Perry. He had a lot to say. I don't see how he does not meet the definition of a white supremacist. He's denying it. But anyway, looking in the comments, screw you, Perry. My comment is blowing up. He needs to Google Africa. Yeah, there's a lot of civilized major cities and things like that in Africa. And they're not just in South Africa where the white people is, as he says. Ghana, Nigeria, there are skyscrapers and, they have internet access, all of that shit. There's plenty of places like that, Egypt. Anyway, looking in the comments, but I will say this before we continue on. We're going back to what we need to do to address the fact that kids are losing their lives in school. But real quick, just before I move on to that, the reason you have folks believing what my last caller believed in Africa is based on propaganda. We do not show anywhere on the continent of Africa and America in a positive light. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. Even as a black person, I grew up thinking that everybody over there had bloated bellies and flies were landing on their faces because that's all they show. They do. Our country does not show anywhere in Africa in a positive light. So the propaganda does work. And you see my last caller, by the way, though, considering we're in 2025, not when I grew up in 1985, you can quickly go online and Google any of the major go to YouTube. You can literally see Americans walking down the street in major African cities, and it looks like you're in downtown Philadelphia somewhere. There's plenty of civilization, industry, and all of that shit over there. Anyway, looking at the comments, but do you think someday we could meet, make a hamburger helper together? I'm going to pass on that. If you want to know what black brilliance looks like, just take a look at Haiti. Now, if you want to see what black brilliance looks like, looking at Haiti is more of a example of white oppression and exploitation. Haiti is the way Haiti is. The United States has been involved in thwarting the progress of Haiti since Haiti became a nation. Everything from high interest loans to affecting their trade. Just go on pick up a book, go on Google, YouTube. There are tons of videos that tell you why Haiti is the way it is. It'll trace the development of Haiti from start to finish, and you'll quickly come to realization. In fact, it ain't just Haiti. America's involved in all of the poor nations in our hemisphere, from Cuba, Venezuela. I'm talking about the real dirt poor nations. Each one of those nations has an American story for why they all fucked up like that. The idea that these people are just ruining their own countries on their own. Look, I understand the exceptionalism argument where we don't think our shit stinks or we don't want to talk about it, but all of the nations in our Western Hemisphere, particularly the ones in the Caribbean and south of the border, the really poor countries, they all have an American story on how we don't fuck with their, installing despots, backing coups, clandestine Contra operations in their country. We've done all of that shit. We've been involved in all of that. There's a reason, you just go through the history of any of those nations south of the border from Mexico all the way to the tip of Brazil. And you'll see Americans been involved in all of that stuff, taking resources, all of that shit. See what the Clinton Foundation did there. Each president has been involved in it. Each president has had something to do with those nations down there. Now Trump is sending destroyers off the coast of Venezuela, so we're about to start it up again. Each one of those nations down there has had some kind of U.S. interaction, and it did not work well on their end. Not to mention their most dangerous problem is the cartels, and the only reason the cartels have so much money and power is because of Americans' large customer base. Let me go back to the box because we're talking about what happened in Minneapolis today. America's time is come and gone. Not yet. Going back to the box, Sherbert, you're the one today. Sherbert, I'm going to get Sherbert the microphone. I'm sure you've been listening in. Good evening, Sherbert.
Howdy, Tim. Can you hear me? I'm done. Good, sir.
You breaking up real bad, unfortunately. I'll give it a second, otherwise I can drop you.
Yeah, let me go outside.
Go ahead. I'll give you a second to go outside. Sub-Saharan Africa. Go ahead. Sub-Saharan Africa has not evolved 1 inch.
That guy.
You're still not.
That guy sucks so incredibly hard.
What?
Go, 2 bars.
What? Yeah, you good now. Go ahead. What makes you say he's
If I could reach through the phone, I'd strangle that piece of shit. He's 100% Nick Fuentes idiot.
Ooh.
And just, Jesus, he had to pull out the race has different IQs. Yeah. What the fuck? I thought we were smarter than this. I thought Google was helping people, but we just got assholes that think they're right.
Well, I can tell you for a fact.
I'm willing to admit that I don't know everything.
I can tell you for a fact, there are a lot of people that, I talk to people on social media and debate with folks all the time that do believe a lot of what he just said. He's not the only one that believes that stuff at all.
And those are the people I'm going to strangle when I meet.
You can't strangle people for their own opinion.
That's not true. I can punch a Nazi in the face.
Okay, you're comparing him to the Third Reich now?
Oh, 100%. He was using their playbook within his talking points. Of course he's a Nazi. He's a Nick Fuentes fuckface.
Oh, there was some similarities. All right, so let's get to the actual question here about another. I mean, listen, I'm not going to argue with you because he was pretty out there. But in regards to what we're discussing today, how the hell can we stop children from going to school and never coming home again?
We could put in a driver's license for guns, and when we find somebody that doesn't have a gun that's registered to them, they go to jail as well as the person that owns that gun. Because if you don't have it and you haven't reported stolen, there should probably be some punishment for that. They were talking about all the guns, the liberal cities that have these high crackdown for high gun laws. Sorry, pew laws. And then, yes, they get pulled in from other places. So if we found them and found the person that was supposed to have control of that firearm, well, then that guy needs to go to jail to stop things like this from happening.
But how do you do that, considering many on the right do not support registering a firearm at all?
Well, fuck them, because clearly they're okay with children dying.
You really think it's that bad? You really think the right or the pro-2A people are okay with children losing their lives?
Tim, how many times over under are you going to give me on we're going to hear thoughts and prayers from senators and congressmen?
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. I mean, I'm gonna give you high odds on it. It's very often. I mean, and I don't know why we keep saying thoughts and prayers. I mean, it is essentially useless. I mean, to me, it's almost insulting at this point to tell a family who's lost a kid in school thoughts and prayers. I mean, like, this has got to be the 200th parent you told this to. Like, at what point does this become meaningless?
I mean, it already is, Tim. They don't care. They're willing to say that the government can't do anything when they're defunding all the programs to get shit done, and then complaining that everything's broken. Of course, when you don't put the resources in, the system I'm talking about would never work. But if there were actual consequences for people having something they shouldn't or not registering something, shit would actually get done. We're not allowed to drive school buses. Yeah. Why on earth would we ever allow somebody to have a semi-automatic and not have a license for that or not know who has that license? And when we find that something happens with these things, we should be able to track down exactly who bought that.
But what
if anybody's against that, they're okay with children being unalived.
Yeah, but
100%. There's no way around it.
But do you not understand folks who might suggest, I don't trust the government, and if we allow them to have a firearm registry, it's going to lead to them ultimately one day coming and taking our firearms away?
Yeah, they've been saying that for a while.
Yeah, and it's been working. But they haven't gotten, the government don't have a registry.
And I think that's incredibly retarded. But seeing as the only person to actually do laws on the books against all of this was Trump, I don't think any of these people have any feet to stand on.
Wait, say that again?
The only person to make pew-pew laws in the last 16 years was Trump with bump stock. so everyone else could get fucked.
That is
Any
true.
of that complaining.
That is true, because many folks will often tell you it's the liberals that are going to take away firearms and impose all kinds of gun laws. And you're correct, at the presidential level, he's the only person in quite a while to actually impose a gun law. I mean, Obama didn't impose any gun laws. Yeah, he talked about it. Trump didn't talk about it. He actually did it. I mean, I don't recall Biden imposing any actual gun laws on the book. Trump has gun laws on the books, and they favor him more 2A-wise than they do the liberals.
It's all just bravado. It's all very stupid. I mean, personally, I would rather live in a country in my city. Again, I've lived around the border my entire life. I'd much rather have somebody that has a license to carry and we know exactly what they have.
But what a license.
Yeah, we'll see.
But I got folks in the comments, and I'm gonna ask you what they're asking. Would a license really stop this? I mean, because this guy legally purchased these weapons himself, just like the guy in Ubalde. He legally purchased his. I mean, so a lot of these folks that are doing this now, they don't have any criminal history. Their first sign that they're criminals when they're actually pulling the trigger on the victims. This guy bought these weapons himself.
So, Tim, when you jump in a semi-truck, or when you go to get your license, you go to buy one, they just let you hop in and drive across the country without ever seeing any of your documentation, never seeing your insurance. We probably should have insurance on anyone that owns a firearm. And then when this happens, that insurance company is going to do something. It's going to pay out the victims. I don't understand why this is okay.
I've never heard that angle, but I'm going to say that raises an interesting point, because I've said the same thing about police officers, because insurance companies operate on not wanting to pay out claims. So if something is wrong with you, even in the least, like for instance, you mentioned truck driver, even if you do not get a speeding ticket or anything from a cop and he just gives you a warning, the insurance companies start coming down on you because they look at you like you might be a risk. If you're correct, if you had to have if you had to have some form of insurance, now I know people are not going to agree with this and we can talk about that, but I do believe if you had to have insurance as an owner of a firearm, it would create some oversight that does not exist right now, because the insurance companies are going to do their due diligence to avoid paying out claims. So if you're taking some sort of depressant or anxiety med or something like that, and the insurance company know about that, it's going to probably be harder to maintain that insurance because they know you might be a liability.
Now, there's people that are driving around all day without driver's licenses and without insurance, and yeah, we do our best to keep that from happening. There'll never be a perfect situation, but to just say no, jump in the semi and get on the interstate, it's totally fine, feels pretty retarded.
Wow. And I've said this during some of these other mass casualty events like this, is I believe in a lot of states in this country, you can own a firearm even if you don't have eyes and legs. Eyes and limbs, rather. You could have no arms, no legs, and no eyes, and you can still purchase a firearm in most states. So I do agree with you. Some of it is beyond the realm of common sense.
Well, Tim, common sense doesn't matter because the people who have been saying common sense voted for Trump.
No. But, I'm just looking at some of the comments while you're talking. Folks are saying you're sheep. Folks are saying it's communist to let them take away or control your access to firearms. Why do you think there's so many people?
All those people are okay with children being unlocked. They just are. I don't know what to tell you here.
What would you, let's say for instance, you were the commander in chief and you had the power of Trump, where you don't need Congress, you don't need the SCOTUS. What would you do to address this?
You know, the flag burning law that Trump tried to put in with his executive order?
Okay.
If you're caught with a pew-pew that doesn't belong to you, is not registered to you, is not registered, you go away for a year. I don't know. Something along those lines. If you get caught, shooting at a school or whatever that is, you lose your hand. Guaranteed.
If you get caught taking somebody's life at a school or whatever, the punishment right now is greater than losing your hand. You're going to lose your freedom for a long time.
They might get out for 20 years, but they'll be missing that hand forever.
All right. So The registration thing, let's look at that angle. So in other words, all firearms in America should be registered
and licensed.
and licensed.
You have to show proficiency that you know how to at least operate that thing safely. If you can't, you probably shouldn't have it. The same way you shouldn't be able to get into an F-350 and not know how to parallel park.
Mm. That is something that I've said before myself on the program, is that, an old grandma that's 90 years of age can go out and buy a 50 cal. You know she can't control it. Like that does raise a point. You should know. You should be able to demonstrate you can use the weapon you're buying. I guess some folks in the comments, for instance, that are saying it's easier to buy a firearm than it is to vote. And
yeah, isn't that crazy, Tim? I don't understand why that's okay.
Yeah, it is. And I see somebody say,
especially all these Republicans, the ones that are going to be the most mad at me are the ones that are not going to want people to be able to vote to actually get anything done.
I don't know. So you're saying Republicans do not care about children losing their lives in school? I do want to see if I can get a Republican.
No.
Go ahead.
They don't. They've never cared, Tim. If they did, they might actually do something for once, other than worrying about the drag shows.
Mm. What about the fact that Trump declared crime to be an emergency in D.C. and he's talking about Chicago? Do you think he should declare children losing their lives in schools as an emergency?
Probably. That actually is happening.
Yeah, and that's happening to a lot more people. I did a video earlier about that, and I said that, most Americans don't live in D.C. and they're not likely to go to Chicago in their whole life. Yet everywhere we live in this country, we're only a little bit of a ways from a school that's doing active shooter drills, and we seem to look at it like it's the norm.
I think my generation was one of the first to actually do the active shooter drills. I remember having a designated point about a half mile away. If you can jump over a fence, jump over that fence and get to this elementary school down the way. And I'm assuming it was inverse. If something happened there, they'd be going to our school. But why are we okay with teaching every generation after mine every single year that this is just going to happen? And yeah, guards are cool, but if the people that shouldn't have them still have them, then it doesn't matter how many goddamn guards you do. It doesn't matter if you, like when in Uvalde, where the guy crashed in a field down the way and then ran his way to the side of the school. Yeah. The guard probably wasn't there.
That's a good point. It happened in Parkland.
Just hanging out in the office.
Yeah, Parkland, Florida actually had a guard on site, and he cowered behind cover and actually was listening to the gunshot. So even if you got a guard on site and they're not necessarily in the mood to die, even a guard on site isn't always, some people are cowards. Some people may just be doing that for a little bit of side income. Everybody ain't trying to get in a gunfight. Certainly if somebody show up with an AR and they got magazines all over them and shit, and you working with a pistol, or or you're out of shape, everybody ain't trying to lose their life for their job. So yeah, even a guard in school doesn't get everything. Go ahead.
Before I go, I like Pukins. I very much do. I want to own some. I don't because I'm poor. And I haven't wanted to. I'd rather buy more, brakes for my cars than buy ammo. But I want people to have this. I just want them to be trained. The same way I still want people to have cars. But I'm not fighting with the DMV all day. Oh, they're taking away our rights. No. We can have a system. We are America. Mother effer. We can do this. Except for xenophobic, racist assholes like this last guy that are going to fight and be contrarians all day. Mike Johnson is an utter piece of shit because he's going to say thoughts and prayers, have the power to do something, and still say, well, God would want me to have my gun.
Yeah, become a Speaker of the House. All right, Sherbert. And listen,
have a good night,
I'm assuming there's going to be a whole lot of people that agree with you, but I want to get somebody to follow you that's on the other side.
Have them follow me because I want to start doing some lives. I need some followers.
I got you. Anytime you're on, let me know. I'll come through as well. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. All right.
Have a good night.
You too. Moving on with the program. It doesn't matter what laws you put in place. If someone is going to do something like that, why would they follow a law? Well, it's not happening in most other countries. So obviously something is working. I mean, you don't hear a whole bunch of mass casualty events in Britain. You don't hear a bunch of them in Australia. You don't hear a bunch of them anywhere else but in America. So when you say they're not going to follow a law, they're doing something in these other countries. I mean, are Americans just uniquely violent towards each other? It's not happening in virtually no other country. So it is something we are doing here that they are not doing in these other countries that needs to be addressed. The whole notion of it, well, you just throw our hands in the air and there's nothing we can do, it's going to happen anyway. The rest of the world's laughing at us. It's not happening in their countries. You can't go to another country where this shit is not happening and kind of ask them for some advice. There has to be something better than throwing your hands in the air and saying there's nothing we can do. Looking in the comments, gun control can't 100% prevent criminals from getting illegal guns, but good citizens with guns can fight back and save lives. True, nothing is 100%. I mean, I believe one of the former prime ministers was taken out with a gun in Japan a few years back, and I think he was the first person to lose his life to gun violence in that country in quite a while. They don't have anybody losing it, and he had to make it. He actually made himself a two round I guess sawed off or something like that, and he took a guy out. But what I'm saying is nothing is 100%, but you can listen. While nothing is 100%, there's a huge amount of room between where the America is and 100%. There's a whole lot of room for improvement in America when it comes to gun violence without ever getting close to 100%. So let's say we don't try for 100%. I think at this point, shit, 20% would be a step in the right direction. Because we're doing virtually, I mean, if you ask Trump or Obama or Biden, what did you do to try to limit this stuff? Most of them cannot give you an answer at all. Most of it's going to be start with and that's going to be it. Or they're going to blame somebody else from stopping something. But at the end of the day, virtually none of them can actually hand you a resume that features bullet points on what they tried to do to stop this particular issue. These people think they can stop evil, not realizing that they're evil. But wait a minute. It says these people, okay, this is Creed. You says these people think they can stop evil, not realizing that they're evil. Try to emotional guilt trip me. Nobody's trying to emotional guilt trip you. We're asking, how the hell can you stop this? So when you say people think they can stop evil, let me ask you folks this in the comments by way of yes or no, and I'll take the next caller. Is this just part of the American way in life? I mean, should we just give up trying to stop this shit and just get used to thoughts and prayers? Yes or no? Should that be our viewpoint? Is that as a condition of living in America, some children will simply go to school and never come home? Should we just get used to it? Because I'm going to tell you something, regardless of how you answer that question, that's what we're doing. That's exactly what we're doing. We've just kind of gotten used to it. Because there's been dozens of these, and after each one, if you ask an American, if you ask a politician, even in the area where it happened, okay, what was done in your area after that took place last year to make sure it didn't happen again? None of them have an answer. None of them have an answer for what they did in regard. Nothing happened. So the idea that we shouldn't get used to this happening does not coincide with what we're actually doing. What we're actually doing makes it clear we do want to just get used to this happening. Because the answer is we're doing nothing. Y'all can all move to Liberia, says Grand Master Enclave. Don't know why that came up. I never could understand, because when I talk to, particularly for my conservatives, I'll go to the next caller here, but and tap the screen, by the way. Get your boy up to 20,000. One of the things I can never understand from conservatives, because conservatives always say the liberals are snowflakes and the liberals want to censor everybody. Yet the moment someone on the left says something about America that they don't like, they're always saying leave and go somewhere else. I thought you were for free speech. I thought you were for zero censorship. Why the hell are you always telling your fellow countrymen when they say something you don't like to get the fuck out of the country? the people who are for free speech seem to want to kick people out and silence those who they don't agree with. That doesn't make sense to me. Let me go back to the box. Continuing on with the White Rose. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Because it's not a free country. It's a hell of an answer. The White Rose. Good evening.
What's up, brother?
Not much. Go
I
ahead.
don't even know where to start, but you know something. America has normalized stuff like this. It's just normal to us right now. I also think that white society in general is breaking down, and I'm gonna tell you why I say that. Most of the people, not all, are white. They're either young white men or older white men. Okay. When was the last time that you've heard of a mass shooting in a black and brown school? Think about that.
I think your point resonates if you look at it in a certain way. Like what my first caller, the one everybody was calling this racist, was saying, and he's correct about this, is that there are there are folks that gangbangers shooting at each other and they miss and hit innocent victims. That happens in the hood a lot. Now the difference between because blacks commit a lot of crimes in schools and in neighborhoods too. So I'm not going to make it sound like it's only white, but I will say this. Hold on. I will say this though. There is a difference between how the black community does it and how the white community does it. When the black community is involved in shootings, it's usually at someone they know that they have a beef with. Now, they don't always know how to shoot, so they hit innocent people sometimes. But when you talk about a community that literally goes out and takes out innocent people that they have no beef with, that is majority white, where I'm just going to go to a dwelling, a school, a grocery store, a church, and I'm going to try to harm a whole bunch of people that have never done anything wrong to me. I don't even know who they are. That is almost like a uniquely white problem. So while both sides do take lives, it is the white side that does more of just taking totally innocent people's lives. I don't know why they do that.
I mean, like I said, when was the last time that you heard that something happened at a Latino and a brown school? Never. Because like you're saying, usually when we unalive somebody, is we have a beef with them, they owe us money, they owe us for smugs, Something needs to be there in order for us to react. With these people, and I'm not trying to be racist at all, I'm just trying to see this as a whole. It's that, I'm like, why would you come over and because your life is miserable or whatever, grab your handgun, and I'm a handgun owner, grab your handgun and just say, well, listen, I may go out, but I'm taking everybody else with me. That doesn't make no sense.
I don't know. I mean, because you often hear about black fatigue and what's in the black culture. That's something that seems like it's in a white culture, just taking out innocent victims. I don't know. It's hard to explain that one. It's hard to think about that. But it is. When you talk about these events at job, workplaces and things like that, or supermarkets or churches, it is almost uniquely white to go and just simply take a whole bunch of innocent victims' lives. I don't know why that happens.
I don't know either. I mean, why would you like Dylan Roof? Why would you go into an African American church, sit down there?
So he was racist though. He had a reason.
But listen to what happened though. He sat down with them. He heard the services. He broke bread with them, and all of a sudden, boom.
Yeah, but he did have a beef with the people he took out. Dylan Roof did not, just like the guy in Buffalo, just like the guy at the Walmart in El Paso. Those guys were just big racists. I mean, they literally took out a community because they didn't like the community. So racism is a big part of it. I mean, because I was an over the road driver still back then in 2019 when that guy went to the El Paso Walmart, took out like 20 people. He drove like 600 miles to do that. Just like the Buffalo supermarket guy. He drove specifically to a black neighborhood to go into their supermarket and do that. And I don't know how Dylan Roof got there, but he did something similar. So in some cases, hate does play a part in some of these events.
Yeah. Our government is not going to do anything about it at all.
Why won't they? Why won't they?
Because of the gun lobby, because there's big money when it comes to guns, and it's a big lobby. I mean, they are 3 or 4 pew pew makers, right? That are like the big guys, Smith and Wesson, Glock. You know, the ones here in America. That's a big lobby.
Yeah.
You know, you have the NRA. There's another piece of the lobby. They're not gonna let that happen.
But wait a minute. I've been told that unlike their other politicians, President Trump doesn't take a salary. He can't be bought. So you're telling me that even Trump would take money over the lives of children?
He probably is. We don't know. He's doing everything else. So I wouldn't put it past him. He's over there selling Bitcoin, sneakers, and 100 other things. I wouldn't put it past it. I mean, we know that he has broken the annulment clause of the Constitution several times. Let's not go into that because then we'll get off track. But I don't think that the government has enough stomach to stand up to these people and say, listen, these are our children. Our children are dying. I mean, how many times does this have to happen? Newtown, little white kids died. They didn't give a fuck. Uvalde, cops stood outside while little brown kids were being slaughtered. Okay?
Yeah.
And then, you know, stuff like Dylan Roof. It's like, come on.
So then I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked my other caller. If you were commander in chief with the power of Trump, and I keep saying the power of Trump because we know Trump is doing a lot more than the average president, even though some question whether the legalities of what he's doing is actually even there. But what would you do to curtail this stuff if you were commander in chief with Trump's level of power?
Let me tell you something. I would put stricter gun laws, whatever they may be.
But we need to know what that is, though. We need to know what those gun laws would be. What would you do?
I mean, you know, register your gun, make sure that you know how to use your gun, make sure that the person doesn't have mental issues, make sure that the person is drug addicted. I mean, make sure that the person that has it doesn't have a severe illness that he's going to do something like this, because you have to be at least a little bit cuckoo to do something like this.
So let me ask it to you this way, because a lot of my folks on the right, my beloved MAGA, will tell you that being trans, being a man and thinking you're a woman is a mental illness in itself. Would you ban the trans community from owning firearms on the ground they're mentally ill?
No. That's totally different. I mean, they don't have mental issues. They're just born into a different body, you know. But another thing that I would do is I would take out all these gun shows, okay? And I've seen this happen personally. I have gone with a friend to the Midwest, and he has bought a gun with no type of paperwork, give the person the money, and walk out.
No background check?
No background check, nothing.
So this is what is known as this is what is known as a gun show loophole.
The person is not a dealer. They're selling to you specifically. So the paperwork that has to be done for the background check doesn't exist. So look it up.
I've had now that's what's known. That's what John McCain was talking about as the gun show loophole. But I've had a hell of a lot of folks on the right suggest the gun show loophole does not exist.
No, it exists. Trust me. I've seen it at work.
I got somebody right now as we're speaking. Right now as we're speaking.
10 years ago with a friend, but I'm like, wow, you just bought a Glock with no paperwork? And I had to wait 6 weeks for mine?
No. And right now as we're speaking, I got one caller, Wayne says bullshit callers telling lies. And I got another caller that's basically saying, laughing my ass off. Clearly he has no idea what he's talking about. These folks don't think what you're saying can be done.
Then I don't know what to tell you. Then they support these people going out and taking out our children. Then that's the bottom line. Be they white children, be they brown children, be they black children, if you don't support some type of common sense, it doesn't have to be freaking take everybody's guns. In 250 years, nobody has taken our guns.
No.
Come on. That's a fantasy. Some of these people have a fantasy that they're gonna go against the government and they're gonna win. That's all bullshit. The government got tanks, nuclear weapons, planes.
I don't understand why people think owning a firearm is going to prevent tyranny. I mean, I'm sure some of these immigrants, some of these Hispanics own firearms and it ain't stopping ICE at all. So, no, I don't buy that. I mean, slavery and Jim Crow existed. You had that while having the Second Amendment. I mean, most of America's history, blacks could not vote, yet they could own firearms, and it didn't stop the tyrannical government. So I don't know why people think that firearms will stop tyranny.
I don't know. I mean, in the long run, if you're laughing at what I'm saying or whatever anybody's saying, and there's some gun owners on the right that probably agree with me that we need some common sense gun laws.
Give me another one. Give me something else, because so many folks in the comments. It's amazing how many folks in the comments are saying what you're saying about the gun show loophole is not true. For instance, one lady said, "I'm a 48-year-old lady. I had to see a detective, and then I had to." What it says, and then I had to go in front of a judge to okay my permit last. So this person is saying what you're talking about is not true.
In what state?
That's where the argument
state
is.
Has a different law concerning firearms.
That is
what state issue.
That is where the. Okay. So would you support federalizing the gun laws in this country so that every state had the same laws necessary to get a gun?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, why not? Why not? I mean, like I said, every state has their own particular gun laws. Here in Massachusetts, we have some of the most stricter gun laws in the nation, okay? And my firearm is still in my safe in the room. I mean, they ain't coming after it.
Yeah.
When you have 15 different laws in 23 different, or 50 different laws in 50 different states, everybody's different. Like this lady was saying, well, she's 48 years old and she had to do all this. That's in her state. There are states that don't have that stuff. There are states that they do have a gun show loophole. There are states that you go and just buy a gun. Let me put it to you this way. How do you think that firearms get into the inner city? Do we own any factories?
Yeah.
Do we own any munitions plant? Do we know how to make bullets? They come from places like these loopholes.
Yeah.
People go out to the Midwest and they find a state where the freaking gun laws are so lax that they could buy guns. They come over here. They take a gun that they bought for $200 and sell it for $1,000 over here in New York or in Boston or in Los Angeles.
Wow.
That's why we have guns in the inner city. It's not that we're going breaking in people's houses and stealing them. No. It's that in some states you could just go buy a gun and that's it. It's like buying a piece of candy or ice cream.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen it done, but according to your state, that's the law that you got to follow.
You raise a good point, because when I live, when I'm in Chicago, or when I grew up living in Chicago, rather, obviously Chicago has a whole lot of firearms, and yet Chicago had tough gun laws. Indiana, though, the state of Indiana, the Indiana border is basically walking distance from the city of Chicago, a quick 5-minute drive. And Indiana has very relaxed gun laws. And there were legal gun owners that would go to Indiana and purchase weapons and do exactly what you were saying, come back to the hood and sell them at a marked up price. There's plenty of guns in Chicago that people got in their hands exactly the way you just described. And that's clearly a loophole in my opinion, but that definitely happened, which is kind of what my last caller was talking about. If you own a firearm and it's not registered and you have it in your possession, you should be held accountable. But because we don't require a registration, it can lead to this stuff.
Right. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's just crazy. Thoughts and prayers are not going to help. And our government is just not going to move on this. There's just too many people, too many voters that support them. Their voters are probably going to be calling them tomorrow going, oh, don't do nothing about, hell, this was just an isolated incident. How many other isolated incidents?
I mean, I'm watching Chris Cuomo on News Nation today, and he said his producer told him to cover the story. He said, I wasn't even going to cover it. He said, this stuff has been happening so often that, people just thoughts and prayers and just move on. I mean, this will get covered in the news tomorrow. Maybe they'll give a few segments to it by, what is tomorrow? Thursday or tomorrow Friday? Thursday, right?
5 minutes and that's it.
Yeah, by Saturday, this is completely not being mentioned anymore.
Oh, yeah.
This is gone.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, it happens. Yeah, it moves quick. And certainly in this case, only 2 children lost their life. And I had to say only, but only 2 children lost their life. All the rest of them, which is about a dozen of them, are expected to make a full recovery. So it'll get covered in Minneapolis, but nationwide, especially with Trump, all of the shit that he does day in and day out, you won't hear anything else about this story anymore. In a couple days, that'll be it.
Yep. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. I mean, I think that we just gotta get used to maybe sending our kids to school and maybe thinking, well, they may not come back as parents. Seriously.
That is sad. I got to move on, White Rose. That is very distressing, but I do appreciate you coming in, man.
All right, thank you for letting me up. Bye.
Anytime. Now, what I would say on this, and I know anytime anything is done to discuss gun laws, registration, limits, or the right is going to push back. I mean, because like with my last couple callers, the right pretty much believes as a condition of turning 18, the government should damn near hand you a gun. I mean, no training required, nothing. So the right believes in very, very relaxed gun laws. You can see that in their states. But I will just say this. I do believe that there is light at the end of the tunnel in regards to gun laws. I don't buy into the notion that gun laws don't work, because there are historical precedents around the world where they've done it and it worked. Perfect example, I always tell you, I lived in Australia for a few years, and when I moved there in, I think, 2005, and they had just lost their gun rights in Australia about 10 years prior. There was a mass shooting, I believe it was in 96, and they started taking guns away. There's virtually nobody in Australia. I mean, there's, some of the criminal element, a few of them have firearms, not much. You didn't, when I was there, now I don't know what it's like. I've been gone for 10 plus years or more, but when I was there, and I was in Brisbane, living in Brisbane, the 3rd largest city in that country, well over 1 million people, and I lived for a time in Sydney, the largest country in Australia, with even bigger. So these are cities that are comparable to America's largest cities. You didn't hear anything about nobody getting shot on the news. It just, I mean, if you live in a city in America that's probably 300,000-400,000 or more, people are getting shot there. You barely ever go a week without anybody getting shot. And that ain't got shit to do with just liberals. It's in every state. Every state. If your city has 300-400 people or more, chances are you don't hardly go a week in that city without somebody getting shot. So the laws do work. I mean, Norway is another country that had a seriously bad mass casualty event, I think in 2007, where an assailant took out like 77 kids or something like that. Took out a whole lot of people. And they took away the guns there, and once again, very few shootings are happening in Norway. So it can happen. There are historical precedents of it actually happening, but in America, it is the people that make it harder to do so, because unlike in these other countries where they acknowledge we need to do something about the problem, in America, the first thought is we need to do something to make it easier to own guns. So America has, because of how we were founded, these other countries were not founded that way. So old habits die hard, but we tend to rally around protecting gun ownership anytime a child's life is lost. We don't do anything for the kid. We don't even pass laws like to help the families out and shit like that. Now, understand there's obviously a difference between how liberals and conservatives view this shit. The liberals, anytime there's a mass casualty event, they start talking about gun laws, what we're doing right now. The right does not believe gun laws work. They often suggest it's mental illness. I've talked about this on the program before. Now, while the left believes it is gun laws needed to control this stuff, we can argue that gun laws don't work or whatever the case may be. But you do see the liberals trying to impose gun laws because that's what they believe is the problem. The right, on the other hand, says mental illness. you don't see them doing anything to address mental illness. In fact, the big, beautiful bill we've been talking about over the last few months actually reduced spending on mental illness. So the right does not even do anything about what they think is the actual problem. It is no easier to get access to mental health in right-wing areas where they claim this is the problem than it is in left-wing areas. They don't do anything about what they actually believe is causing this stuff to happen. So it is hard to argue that the right is actually concerned with solving this when they're telling you we believe it's mental illness and we're not doing anything about mental illness. So it is hard not to accept that. Yeah, they don't seem to care about it. My opinion when it comes to gun laws, before I start taking more calls, and by the way, tap the screen. We should have been around 30,000. Feel free to tap the screen, get the program going. You know how we are. We're MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone on the program. I meant to say that earlier. If you favor open dialogue from all sides of the aisle, and I'm looking forward to talking to somebody who's two-way on the right on this topic. Try to see if I can get somebody on that side. Tap the screen, get the likes up to 30,000. Feel free to follow the program if you like this on Clapper or TikTok, and give your boy a sub if you happen to be watching on YouTube. Now, one of the problems in America, because we are 50 different countries on one landmass, 50 different states, or 48 different countries on one landmass. Obviously, Hawaii and Alaska is off in their own areas, but 48 different countries connected on one landmass. And as my last caller pointed out, there's different laws in each state. So if there's a tough gun law in Chicago, people go, well, why would Chicago with its tough gun laws? That shows you gun laws do not work. Well, the only way gun laws work, just like I mentioned Australia, I mentioned Norway, is it has to be, and Japan is another one, it has to be done from a standpoint that the entire area is quarantined. For instance, you can't come and leave Japan without being checked for firearms. If you come in Japan, if you go into Japan, you're going to go through customs. They're going to check you for that shit. You can't come and leave the country without somebody checking you to make sure you don't have firearms. You can't come and go from Australia without somebody checking you for firearms. And Norway and other countries are like that has these laws and they're safe. The problem in America is if you impose strict gun laws in Chicago, you can leave Chicago and go to Wisconsin or Indiana and come back and nobody checks you for firearms. Therefore, the laws in Chicago are going to be very weak, if not ineffective, because the law exists in Chicago, but there's nothing stopping you from going to Indiana where you can get a gun and then driving right back in Chicago where nobody checks you. The places that have a successful reduction in shootings, you can't just come and go like that. So the point is, the only way any gun laws are going to work is the same way they've worked in all these other countries. It has to be done federally. It cannot be done at the state level. You just have too much freedom to move between states without being checked or searched when you come back. Kind of very similar to during the pandemic, where New York had quarantine in the beginning and Florida didn't. And New York had to start blocking Floridians from coming in there because shit, what good is our quarantine rules if you can just go down to Florida where they don't even require you to wear a mask and come back and infect everybody? I don't want to get into a debate on the pandemic. I'm just simply saying you can't control your area if people can leave and go places where they don't follow your rules and then come back with things that may break your rules in their possession. So looking in the comments though, he wants stop and frisk, says Twisted. I like that pushback. That's a good point to be made. But yeah, I'm just simply saying that you don't need stop and frisk if you have the whole area quarantined. Because when you come into this country as a condition of being able to come into America, you're going to get stopped and frisked by customs. There's just no way to enter America without customs going through your shit. You go through an x-ray machine or whatever. There's no way to do it without that. If it's a federal law, there you go. But if it's at the state level, it's never going to work. You need freedom to move between the states, making it illegal to... No, I'm not saying make it illegal to cross between the states. I'm saying any gun law that's going to be effective has to be done federally. You can't have each state having its own individual gun laws. Just the law would have to be federally done. So looking in the comments here real quick, tap the screen. Gangsta Grandma, I see your comment. That's not happening on the other platform, so it doesn't matter. Going back to the box, we'll continue on with Gangsta Grandma. Welcome to the program. So what do you think? Do you think this is something we just don't care about?
With you? It's not happening.
What?
Yeah, your views are dropping. What the
I
fuck
don't
is
care
wrong
about
with
the
you?
damn
And
views.
why would you let a Triple K, Knox, Moxie up in your life and you kick me out of 10 minutes and you let that smut on your life for 20 minutes being fucking hate?
Okay, the man had an
Now,
opinion.
by the way, if you're listening, you smut, black women are the most educated. So fuck that with your ass, bitch.
Wow. Okay. Well, the man had an opinion. I don't agree with his opinion. Huh?
No, but you're allowed to shit and you didn't really push back. You didn't say, you know what, Africa? They don't live in fucking huts. They live in condos and shit. That bitch has never been to Africa because he's too goddamn broke. And you know what? And if he ever took a goddamn DNA test, I guarantee you got black blood in your sorry piece of shit white ass.
Wow. I did push back on his whole claim.
You don't push back.
I did push back.
No, you really
Yeah.
didn't.
Oh,
You
come
was
on.
cupcaking it. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, wait, gangster. Okay, hold on. Hear me out. In your opinion, based on that, hold on. Let me respond to what you said in kind. When you look at the method of passion you use to push back on comments you don't like, I'm never going to be pushing back to the level you require because I don't go to that explosive level that you do on my guests. You're never going to see me push back. Look how you push back. You're calling people bitches and all kinds of
Why
names.
did you not push back? He just like smacked you in the fucking face with his little ding-a-ling. Oh, well, you know what? You know, white people are so nice. Fuck you and the white people. The white people colonized this fucking damn United States because Americas, okay? They took syphilis to our black fucking men. Then what do? They graped and everything to the Native Americans, put their asses on a fucking reservation. Then they kicked out the damn Mexicans from their own damn land they stole it. So don't tell me that the white man is so mighty and everything else and give our black men in the hood fucking crack.
David in the comments said.
Nothing is nice about white tea people.
David in the comments. Okay, hold on.
White tea people.
David in the comments says, "Why am I accepting calls from a mental hospital?" What are you suggesting, David? What are you trying to suggest? No, I actually stated, gangster, that I told the guy, I said, you meet the definition of a white supremacist. How much more do you want me to push back?
Really, Tim?
Yeah.
Really? Oh, see, I need to be your co-host because you know what? I would have laid the fucking shit out of him. I would have put him to the pits of fucking hell. See, I'm not nice like that. I'm not a nice Tim. You know, I would tell him, no, bitch, your white tea people ain't nice. Your white tea people wasn't.
I even.
You know, I would have checked his ass. What did they do in the 60s with the black men? What did they do with the natives and stuff? And you didn't hear that he said that the indigenous people was not Americans? They were the first ones here.
Everything you're telling me to do, I actually did. I made it clear to him that.
You didn't push back.
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
you
I did.
was laughing.
No, I didn't push back in your ass because I don't
You
scream.
was
I don't scream and cuss out my guests. I made it clear to him that out of all of the groups in
was
this,
laughing.
hold on, I said out of all the groups in this country, I told him, I said, whites have been the most hostile to immigrants in this country. I named the Irish, Polish, Jewish.
Hostile? Fuck hostile. Fucking evil.
Okay.
Fuck you and hostile. And then you was laughing with the fucking shit. Like, what the fuck? Are you black? Are you fucking white?
I think the problem is you just want me to be more explosive.
No, I want you to push the fuck back.
I am pushing
You
the
push
fuck back.
No, that wasn't pushing back.
Yeah.
You was laughing. No, you wasn't.
I'm laughing at you and I'm pushing
You
back.
said about these school pew-pewings. It's the white man that's doing it.
It ain't all white people.
Majority of them is white people. So if they ever come up at me and say, "Oh, black on black crime," no, bitch. White on white crime, bitch. And get your fucking idiot asses and quit pew-pewing up our damn school.
You believe that if we got rid of white people, schools wouldn't still be getting shot up?
Man, you know what? What they doing to us right now? Send them back to fucking Europe.
What?
I wish you would. I wish you would. You know, they have back there. If I was the president, I'll give reparations to the Mexicans, to the Native Americans, and to our black folks. I would give reparations to them and ship they sorry white tea asses back.
You know that's mostly the white man's money you would be doing that with, right?
What? Okay, we can't make our own money, and what?
So you would.
The natives, what they have is God too. So what the hell are you talking
How
about?
are you going? Why would you? Okay, I understand people. I understand what the African American community says because of slavery, but why would you give Mexicans reparation?
Why?
Yeah.
Because the white man stole their land and lied to them and made them sign documents, and they couldn't even understand what was on the documents because they couldn't read them. The Native Americans, they have never got the reparations. Only thing they do is the only thing the white man does is pay for their fucking land that they stole.
Now you
They
saying
never got reparations, and they got stuck on a reservation.
you
So they never got true reparations.
you're saying that they had the Mexicans sign a document that they couldn't understand. Any
Yeah,
idea?
I think you should go look at history.
No, I'm
You
asking.
should go
I'm
look at
asking you a
history.
question. Why would you sign a document you don't understand?
They tricked them.
How can
It was
somebody
back in the
trick
damn-
you?
It was back in the damn day. You know what I mean? They didn't have lawyers back in the fucking damn day. They didn't have it like that.
But is
But it
that
is what it is.
is that
I
not
would.
is that
And you
not
got a
part?
problem if I would have did that?
If you sign a document you do not understand, is that not partially your fault?
Not back in the day though.
What was
Well,
the,
that's a colonizer though. That's a fucking colonizer. Okay? That's a colonizer for you. So don't tell me, miss me with that shit. And then you know what? And I don't give a fuck if I offended anybody. I don't give a fuck if I offended the whatchamacallit, our allies. I don't give a fuck no more. Because you know what? If our allies were such our allies, then they'll know the history and they will own it and say, yeah, we did fuck up.
So let me-
like you know, like the white tea leftists right now bitching about Newsom. He's using his white privilege in a good way. Okay? He's using his white privilege in a fucking good way. And you know what? Donald Trump is scared of that. Donald Trump is scared of him because another white man is using his white privilege. And then look at the Pew shootings. Nothing's never going to change because the white man and the white man don't give a fuck about us, our kids. They don't give a fuck what color your kids are.
how do you
They don't give a fuck.
how do you respond to folks who often suggest white privilege does not exist? That's an African American myth.
Really?
A lot of folks say it.
The same shit that Newsom is doing right now that Obama would do, or a black mayor or governor would do, the hissy fucking fit. But he's not, no one's having a hissy fit right now, what Newsom is doing, only the white tea man on the other side. Oh, don't do that.
So you're saying,
Acting this childish.
let me make sure I get this clear. Now, Gavin Newsom
He
is
sure is
hold up.
wild.
Gavin Newsom is indeed trolling the shit out of President Trump right now. He's doing it Trump style. You're saying because he's white, he can do that, and if Obama did it, he wouldn't be allowed to do it?
He'll give so much to fucking backlash, it'll be pathetic. Let's keep it a buck and quit licking, okay? Quit licking the white man, okay? And you know it.
What? What does this got to do with licking?
Let me tell you something else. Do you know? Okay, I'm a so-called racist, and I call everybody the fuck out, right? I'm a so-called racist. You know what the maggots are in my inbox trying to show me they dangling?
Are you serious?
Yes, they tried to, and every time, thank hallelujah, because I really don't want to see no midget, little pee-weenies, you know what I mean? Like, I really don't want to see that. That would gross me the fuck out. It would make me turn into a straight lesbian. Yeah, and they block the pictures. See, you can send pictures now, right? And they try their best. Oh, I will set you free, and what else what is this one dude said to me? I would change your life. No, what the fuck? No, bitch.
Do you think that is?
I like BBC.
Do you think that's related to being on my program? That you're literally my program? You telling me my MAGA viewers you're inspiring them to send you dick pics? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah. They trying to, and then they say, "I'm gonna change your life. You need some vanilla." No, bitch, you ain't vanilla. Don't insult my vanilla beans.
Damn.
Don't insult my vanilla. Yeah.
Wow.
But I'm so racist, right? you want this chocolate, buddy, but you ain't getting this chocolate because I like BBC and chocolate coochie. And honey, and nothing goes in my mouth unless it is certified chocolate.
Can you get like one of them?
I don't put nothing in my damn mouth.
Do they make one of them like really thimble-sized MAGA hats where you can put it on the head to make the picture look better? A little thimble-sized. I'm serious. A little thimble-sized MAGA hat.
Unfortunately, like I said, you know, Dad, my gag game is on point, okay? And my liquor game is on point. But it ain't for the white tea, man, honey. It is for this.
So let me ask this, since we don't kill some time, but I want to ask you this. I'm gonna ask you the question I've been asking everybody else. If you were commander-in-chief with Trump's level of power, what would you do to stop the fact that children are losing their lives in schools? Give me something you would do to try to stop this shit.
You federally gun laws in every damn fucking state. I would. Cause isn't people fucking tired of this?
They don't like you. They try to get you gone.
I know, I'll be nice. They mad at me. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you. I would have federal pew in every state. Cause isn't people tired of this shit though?
Give me what? Okay, fair enough. Give me what that law would consist of. What type of law would it be? What are you placing limitations on? What are you doing federally? You talking about doing it at the federal level? What are you doing?
Major background checks. So hold on the pews for 7 days to find out if you're mentally stable. Do not give a mentally unstable person a pew. You know what I mean?
What about the notion that any man that thinks he is a woman all of a sudden is mentally ill? Would you prevent transgender from receiving firearms based on mental illness?
I do that. It's not them doing it. It's the white tea man that's doing it. We should tell the white tea man to quit owning them. They're the ones that are doing the shit. I don't understand what. See, I tell you, they're interbred. Because nobody in their right mind will go and pew it up at school. And then it's the white tea people. So I tell you, they be messing with their mamas, their cousins. They don't know who they messing with, who their mama daddy is. They be keeping it in the family. And then when they get like grown, their brains are so messed up like fucking noodles. And then they be going out pew up when they got anything wrong with them. You know what I mean? You can't blame it on the transgender community for this crap. You blame it on you motherfuckers got interbred. Your brains are scrambled up there. So you want to take it on the poor kids. What did the kids do to them? Not a damn thing.
So you're saying there's a whole lot of incest in the white community, and by the time they reach adulthood, you're saying their brain is like noodles.
Hey, you said it's all up deep down, especially down south. They like it. 11-year-old kid just had a stepdaddy baby. 11-year-old, her mama knew, kept the kid in the house for a whole year, didn't go to school, and guess what color they was? YT. Interbred. I thought an 11-year-old pushed out a kid at home.
Damn. That's a hell of
That is some sick shit. So don't ever come at me and tell me worry about black on black crime and stuff when you motherfuckers are having sex with 11-year-old making them have a baby and they come up peering up our damn schools and then we're terrified that I don't even want to send my grandbabies to school. I am that scared because I will go to prison underneath the damn jail.
Yeah, I see somebody in the comments actually backed up what you said and stated that happened in Alabama. The father was her stepfather. 11 years old? 11? 11. Alabama is down south. That's interbreeding.
And you know what's sickening about that shit is? You know what is so sick about that? That baby lost her virginity. Maybe probably a lot younger than 11. And had to push out a 7 to 8 pound baby. Wow. 11. Her body wasn't even equipped for doing that. And you motherfucking white people coming at us black folks saying, oh, well, we are the ones, the dangerous ones. No, the white man, I don't give a damn if you guys get mad or not. The white man is the most dangerous one for women and children. And if you don't look it up, I don't give a damn. That's and that's a state facts. They are the most dangerous in the United States is the white man, the white cis man.
Now, you know my viewers think you are straight up racist for this stuff.
Well, the white man likes us racist because they're trying to show me their little peckers and stuff and tell me they'll change my life and every damn thing else because of you, Timmy.
I got nothing to do with it. You blaming it on. You
I would never have unseasoned meat in my fucking kitty cat. It's all chocolate, baby.
You getting Caucasian dick pics and you blaming it on me? I'm just your humble host.
Hey, they the one, and then they over there saying, "Oh, you're racist." It's the same mofo is in my inbox begging me to suck on them and stuff. Oh, you know what, Tim? If my son was here right now, I would put my camera on and I will go in my inbox and I'll show you. Ding, I will show you every single thing that you mofo. No, I said, I'm good. I'm a straight lesbian.
You know something? I don't.
Chocolate, I ain't talking.
Let me just say this.
One dude said,
go ahead.
This one dude said he'll put Hershey chocolate all over his eyes. And no, honey, it has to be deep. But it has to be deep chocolate, dark chocolate, not that fake shit.
You sound like you need to be on Instagram. You know, you need a spicy account the way things sound.
Well, I ain't gonna be on none. I did not. I have over 600. What is that called? What's those damn message requests? And most of them are white teen maggots. Cause I can go on their page. Willie, does it see what they white teen maggots saying, "Here's my dang link." Yeah, black.
Somebody trying to turn you into a Somebody trying to turn you into a conservative.
Racist, right?
Well, maybe they're going to knock the racism out of you.
Yeah. With that little millimeter reader? No, I like BBC. They nice and thick, and you know what? Man, I said.
You said
my dad gave me about point.
Did you say BBC, Big Beautiful Caucasians?
No, BBC, Big Beautiful, black, chocolate.
Big Beautiful Caucasians. Big Beautiful Caucasians.
No, I'm good. But I'm just saying, for real, but we need some common sense gun laws. Oh, this just never gonna stop. You know what? And I don't give a damn if maggots get mad, but the Republicans don't give a damn about our kids. They don't. It's all about the NRA. I'm a gun owner. I am. I'm a legit gun owner. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We are. I'm a legit gun owner. I have a pew in every room of my fucking house.
God damn.
I do. I have a pew in my living room. I have a pew in all my bedrooms. I have a pew in my kitchen, in my den, and my basement. I have a pew in every room of my house. Okay.
Why so many? Why so many? What are you afraid of?
What I just tell you, because if I'm in any part of the house, I can get to a pew.
That seems excessive, but Gangsta Grandma, I do gotta move it on. I don't know forever.
But you done racist been for 20 minutes, right?
You pretty close.
Oh yeah.
You're pretty close.
You did.
You're pretty
No,
close.
I'm not. No.
Yeah. 17.
I'm just saying this at the end of the day. You know what? The maggots, they're not going to give a damn. They're not going to give a damn about the kids, that something happens to one of their kids. But they don't really give a damn about that neither. It's all about gun and the NRA. It's all about the money that they get from the NRA. They don't give a damn about nobody else.
Well, I'm gonna see if I can get a MAGA view on here and see if they can. I'm dying to hear from MAGA.
Now watch what they're going to say. Watch what they're going to say, Tim.
Let's
It was transgender. But what happened to all the other white tea men? And the only thing that he's a transgender, okay? But he's white tea, though.
Let's see what happens.
Tea.
Let's see what happens. Gangsta Grandma, appreciate you coming through. Thank you. All right, now I want you guys to hear something. Now, I would like to hear from somebody on the other side of the political spectrum on this, some of my 2A defenders. But before I play, why are you always talking about this? Because it's always happening, Sherbert. I think that's what you're talking about. Who else in here is from Minneapolis? I didn't know. That's right, King Fear, you are from that area. That may make for an interesting conversation soon. This is something President Trump did after a mass casualty event, which at the time was unpopular to people on the right. This is President Trump after a mass casualty event. And this was, as I just stated, unpopular to people on the right.
Mike? Well, in the category, you've spoken about it, Mr. President, gun violence restraining orders, they're called. California actually has a version of this. And I think in your meeting with governors earlier this week, individually and as a group, we spoke about states taking steps. But the focus is to literally give families and give local law enforcement additional tools if an individual is reported to be a potential danger to themselves or others. Allow due process so no one's rights are trampled, but the ability to go to court, obtain an order, and then collect not only the firearms, but any weapons in the possession
Or
of that
might
individual.
take the firearms first and then go to court, because that's another system, because a lot of times by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court to get the due process procedures. I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. He had a lot of firearms. They saw everything. To go to court would have taken a long time. So you could do exactly what you're saying, but take the guns first, go through due process second.
Now that's President Trump after a mass casualty event, literally talking about something that actually is true.
Let me give you an example of how that went.
My screen's going nuts, but something that actually is true is that it does take a while to take away firearms from somebody who is deemed mentally ill. And you hear President
Yes,
Trump,
go ahead, Mike.
you hear President Trump saying that as opposed to going through this lengthy process trying to get the firearm away from somebody who's mentally ill, how about we be able to take it away first and then let them go to court with due process? Now, obviously, that was not popular. Now, this is Trump during his first term. So for folks who talk about him not wanting to give illegal aliens and undocumented residents due process, he was talking about not giving gun owners due process before that, because this is him in his first term. This video is a few years old. He was talking about taking away firearms for folks who might be mentally ill and then giving them due process just to be able to take the gun away quicker. Now, within 24 hours of saying this, the NRA came down on him hard. MAGA came down on him hard. Fox News did not like this at all. And within 24 hours, Trump had turned and changed his tune and backed off of this. But Trump was talking about doing this to address mass casualty events. By the way, my guess is a hell of a lot of liberals probably would agree with this. He also talked about sometimes you got to fight with the NRA. Trump said that. You can't be afraid of the NRA. Sometimes you got to fight back with them. Once again, within 24 hours, the right had got to him and he changed his tune on it. So we can always criticize Trump, but you got to give him credit here. He was actually talking about going further in regards to stopping this stuff than any politician I know of. But unfortunately, the lobby and the NRA got to him and he changed his tune. But what he is proposing, taking away guns without giving due process for somebody who's mentally ill, I had never heard anybody on the left talking about that at the presidential level. That's pretty strong. That's pretty strong shit. And for folks on the left who are talking about how do we stop these kids from passing away in schools, that would stop some of them, because there are a lot of mentally ill people that do possess firearms. How are you going to take away guns that they don't know you have? That's a great question, which means obviously there is a registry hidden under there somewhere. Here, let me just say it this way. You ever heard folks suggest that, and tap the screen, very low on likes today, tap the screen. I'm trying to get at least up to 50,000, a lot of lazy thumbs in here. Tap the screen. Follow the program if you're watching on Instagram or Clapper. Give your boy a sub if you're watching on YouTube. Yeah, there's a registry for what Trump is talking about, taking away firearms first and giving due process. There's a registry. But in regards to that comment, someone said is how you going to take away firearms if you don't know they had them? Here's what you always hear. If you ban firearms, only criminals will have firearms because citizens. If that is true, you could pass a law that requires any doctor that diagnoses a citizen as being mentally ill, they have to report that to ATF or DEA or whatever the hell, whatever agency manages firearms. I believe the ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. So they receive that. The doctor has diagnosed, just like if I was to go blind, my doctor would have to send that to the DMV and it will fuck with my driver's license. If all of a sudden I went blind, he has to notify the Department of Motor Vehicles. Okay, same thing. If you are deemed mentally ill, they don't prescribe you Valium or something for your mental illness, whatever the case may be, you're threatening suicide. The doctor, by law, has to notify the ATF. Then the ATF, in turn, will notify that gun owner, that citizen, that you're essentially on the no arm list or whatever. Now, at that point, it's up to the citizen whether they're going to follow the law or not. I get that point, but we always say if they ban gun owners, if they ban gun laws, only law-abiding citizens will be affected. So the issue is, will the citizen that has knowingly been diagnosed with a mental illness say, fuck it, I'm going to skip the law and keep this gun? I think that a whole lot of them would probably give their firearms up. The penalty is strong enough. If you are genuinely a law-abiding citizen and you're looking at 5 years or something like that of incarceration, if you know you mentally ill, you can't control how you feel and you've been thinking about suicide and shit like that, you gonna still keep that gun even knowing that you can't control your own damn mind? You that gung-ho to stay armed? Some would say yes. Anyway, look it in the comments though. But this is the exact problem. This is what the left has been asking for years. Common sense laws. That is true, Kingfin. That is true. Not a problem. Problem is angry Americans blaming the wrong culprits. Probably is a lot of that. Yeah, but you also have to fix the abuse of corruption. You got to explain what you mean by that. Who decides someone is mentally ill? Your fucking doctor does. Your doctor does. If you're taking depressants, anxiety meds, and things like that, your doctor is the one that diagnoses you. You're telling them, I'm having thoughts of taking my life, or I just feel down all the time, or I feel like it's just, the world hates me. And when you go to your doctor, you're telling your doctor all this shit. They're the one that diagnosed you as being mentally ill. And oftentimes they prescribe you stuff for it. So that's where it comes from. People kill people, not the firearm. Man, thank you guys that are tapping the screen. I'll go to the next caller now. But in regards to the notion that guns don't kill people, people kill people. A bag of cocaine doesn't kill people. People using cocaine irresponsibly kills people. But cocaine is still illegal. A bag of coke is not going to jump off the cabinet and jump up your nose or force itself into your veins or whatever. People using drugs irresponsibly kills people. Drugs don't kill people. So based on the whole notion that guns don't kill people, so that means drugs should be legal too then. Because you got to use them irresponsibly, just like a firearm, for somebody to get hurt. So if you're for outlawing drugs, but for legalizing guns under that argument, then you're kind of being hypocritical. If you want to suggest something should not be outlawed because it doesn't hurt anybody on its own, drugs don't hurt anybody. You got to use them irresponsible for something to happen. The same way you do a firearm. Going to the box, continuing, I started something, Mike. Gen X, fuck around and find out. I think Eric Trump would disagree. Gen X, good evening. Are you there?
What's up, my friend? What are we talking about?
We're talking about yet another school in America has sent children home in a body bag. How do we stop this?
Okay. First of all, you take guns away from mentally ill people.
How?
Well, you figure out who's a fucking nut and you take guns from them.
Let me give you an example. Let's say a man has just come home from serving a tour in a war zone. He's fought in Fallujah or he served in Kabul, and he goes to the doctor and tells the doctor,
My man. Okay, I'm good with that. My man. I'm okay with that.
Hear me out. He served in a war zone. He served in Kabul. He served in Fallujah. He goes to see the doctor and says, Doc, I'm waking up in a cold sweat at night from some of the shit I saw over there. I often wake up screaming sometimes because what I saw is still fucking with me in the head. Should that guy lose his firearm privileges? Should that soldier, that veteran, lose his privileges?
Yes.
Because
Yes. The answer is yes.
what about, now I'll ask you the question I've been asking everybody else. What about the man that at the age of 16 felt like he was a woman trapped in the wrong body and he's been identified as a woman ever since?
Even more yes. He's a fucking Fruit Loop. He's a fucking nut.
So you believe that a person simply identifying as a different gender is a fucking nut?
Yeah, they're a Fruit Loop basket case fucking nut. Absolutely.
Is it possible for a transgender person to be 100% sane?
No.
So you
If you're
believe
transgender, if you think you are not who you were born as, you're a fucking Fruit Loop. You're a nut.
So you believe Caitlyn Jenner should not have firearm privileges?
Nope.
Wow. Okay, let me give you another one. What about a man who believes just simply being born a skin color makes him superior over other people? Just based on his skin color alone is going to give him a higher IQ. It makes him more civil than the other people just because of his skin color he was born. He believes he's superior to other people. Do you believe he should have gun privileges?
You can say the word, Tim. Racist, no. They should not have gun rights.
So you believe racists and white supremacists, all of them folks should lose their gun rights?
Yep.
So what if you seen a group of people, let's say they get out of a Penske or a U-Haul truck on the streets of America and they got swastikas and they're walking down the street and they actually have ARs. You would support coming along and taking all their firearms from them?
If they're doing it for a racist reason, yeah, absolutely.
Why else would you be walking down the street with swastika flags?
Absolutely. If that's what your thing is, I mean, I support you a lot, believe, but that's mental illness. Yeah. No, you shouldn't have guns.
Wow. So you would take guns from a whole lot of Americans then. Wow. What about the people that just are simply on mental illness medicines like, depressants and anxiety meds? Would you take their firearms?
Yep.
Damn. What about the recovering drug addict that's still in treatment, but they've been sober for the last year? God damn.
Yep.
Now you're not. You are
mentally ill. If you're mentally ill, you do not need to have a fucking firearm. Because sooner or later, that's going to go to a bad fucking place, man.
Let me push a little hard because you are MAGA, so this is interesting. You give me these answers. What if on January 6th you put on a Viking hat and walked around the Capitol building shouting all kinds of crazy shit?
That's not mentally ill. That's making a point. That's a little.
I had to try. We was doing so well, I had to try. All right, so.
Hey Tim, I'm totally moved into my new place. Man, it looks fucking nice, dude.
Wow.
Here, let me show you real quick.
What is that on the wall back there?
Where?
I see something yellow and black.
Hold on, I'll show you.
I think I know what it is.
It's a Proud Boy flag.
Oh my God.
You're talking back there, right?
No, over to the left. I mean, the other way, overway, across from the window, on the wall there. Go over to the other way. Keep it. There you go. What's that above there? What does it say? It's yellow and black.
Proud Boy, baby. Proud Boy, motherfucker.
Now, are there any among the Proud Boys that think their skin color makes them superior?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Are there any individuals among the Proud Boys that believe their skin color makes them superior?
Yeah, of course.
So they're mentally ill.
Now, most of us don't believe that. In fact, I would say the majority of us don't believe that. But yeah, we've got some guys that, actually, no, I can't even think of one. We meme a lot, dude. We meme and we joke a lot.
What is the mission? What is the mission statement? What is the purpose? What is the purpose of the Proud Boys? What is the goal? Is it like what are you meeting and talking about?
Well, our purpose is to love our country. That's number one.
How do you express love for your country? What do you do to show your love for this nation?
Well, we do a lot of shit. Every year at Christmas time, we find a family that's not doing very well. We go over, we bring them presents, we do this, we do that, we do community work.
Are any of those recipients of those gifts and presents black?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, actually quite a few.
Wow.
Brother, I don't give a shit if you're black, white, brown. If you're of a good character and I can help you, I'm gonna help you. That's the American way.
I just can't imagine a black man with a whole bunch of Proud Boys on his porch like, thank you, sir. I never would imagine that.
I'll take a picture at our Vegas meet for you. We have a lot of black Proud Boys that I fucking love. That I love to death.
I've never heard of this. All right, fair enough.
DJ saying, oh, he's lying. Join the Proud Boys, motherfucker, and then tell me I'm lying.
So they do for the less fortunate. What else they do to show they love this country?
We do a lot of shit. We pay our taxes. We raise our families. We help out our communities. We do shit that most people don't do. When's the last time you took your food that's about to expire and brought it to the food bank? I do it once a month or twice or once every other month.
Well, I don't have
and I give my local food bank.
I don't have.
My community.
I don't have a lot of. I don't.
Gonna get it. Black people are going to get it. Brown people are going to get it. But I do it because it's the right thing to do.
Now, in regards to that whole January 6th thing, they made a big example of you guys and the Oath Keepers. What is the? Do you know anything about the Oath Keepers?
Yeah, I've got friends that are Oath Keepers. They're a little more radical than we are.
Define radical.
They're good people. They're good people, but I'm not an Oath Keeper, so I'm not going to speak on them. I'm a Proud Boy.
Okay, but you did say a little bit more radical. What do you mean by radical?
They're just a lot more into defending the country.
Defending the country against who?
Against people that want to do the country harm.
Well, I mean, obviously they're not defending the country against Russians or North Koreans. So who are you? I mean, the average Oath Keeper, who can they defend the country against? They're not out in Navy ships.
Tim, I don't know. I'm not an Oath Keeper. I can't answer that, brother. I wish I could.
All right.
But I'm not in a position to speak on them. I don't know, man. I'm a Proud Boy. I'm not an Oath Keeper.
Fair enough. But in regards to the topic before...
Are good motherfuckers.
Fair enough. All right. I'll go ahead and shrink you. But in regards to the topic we're talking about, how can we stop children from going to school and losing their lives?
How can we stop children from going to school with firearms?
Did you hear what happened in Minneapolis today?
Yeah, I saw that. I was disgusted.
It's happening all the damn time. What can we do to address this, to stop it? We're doing nothing, some people would say right now. What can we do to address this so that it does not keep happening?
I'll tell you exactly what we can do. We can take off all these fucking liberal fucking Democrat fucking rules that says you can't whip your kid's ass and whip your goddamn kid's ass. When I was a kid, back in the 80s and the 70s, bro, we didn't have school shootings. You know why? Because we knew if you did that shit when you got home, you're fucking man.
Listen, I've gotten my ass kicked for having a bad report card or playing with matches. I've never came home from shooting up the school. I don't. By the time.
70 times. Can you imagine, Tim, if you went home and they called and said, "Yeah, well, your kid had a gun," man, you would be beat the fucking half to death.
I mean, that actually, there is some, that does resonate some. I think a lot of our problems could be solved, in my opinion, if you brought back the parents' right to discipline their children. I think tying their hands behind their back does hurt. I don't know if it affects school shootings, though.
Tim, I'm not talking abuse. I'm just talking responsible people that parent their children and issue corporal punishment when necessary is very, very important. I never hit any of my kids out of anger, ever. When my son Joseph took my fucking Mustang, dude, I wanted to beat the brakes off that little motherfucker. But I didn't. I waited 2 days, and when I was fucking calm, then that little mother, he was 12. Then I gave that motherfucker an ass whipping. I spanked him, and guess what? He never did that shit again.
2
You don't
days.
get out of anger.
I've never.
Kids to hit out of anger.
I've never did something wrong and got an ass whooping 2 days later for it. Damn, you really was pissed off. Let me ask you this, because this came from a viewer. One of my viewers is saying that your group, the Proud Boys, September 2024, so that's last year around this time, demonstrated in Springfield, Ohio against the Haitian immigrants. Are you aware of this?
Yep, I'm very aware of that. And that was not the Proud Boys. That was the standard chapter, not a national chapter. And I really can't get into that. But there's 2 chapters of the Proud Boys. There's nationals, we're the biggest, the original, and there's standards. There's people that break off and say, "Oh, we're Proud Boys, we're Proud Boys. We wear the colors, and we want to be in the club." And they're not in the club. They're fucking douchebag fucking faggots.
And does that apply to these folks who demonstrated against the Haitian immigrants, in your opinion?
Yep, they were a standard chapter. Yep.
All right, that's consistent. I mean, you're being kind of consistent on it, because the Proud Boys does raise a hell of a lot of eyebrows for people. You know, people certainly. I had never heard of your group before January 6th. I had never heard of them. So
It does, Tim, and you're 100% right. And we're trying to change that. Dude, the left-wing media fucking hates us. And understandably so, I get that. We're trying to reestablish our reputation publicly. We're going to do a lot more good shit, man. I can't speak more on that, but we're going to do a lot more good shit in the future because we don't want to be fucking hated. Even conservatives, some conservatives hate us, and we don't like that, man. We do what we do because it's the right thing to do.
well, with this Enrique, what's his name, Torres or something like that?
Torrio.
Torrio.
Ricky.
Yeah, with that guy, with what happened on January 6th, and then of course once he got let out, he cussed. He was on video threatening the hell out of somebody. I mean, I don't know if he actually is a leader of the group or not, but the media is calling him a leader. But his antics on TV doesn't help the cause.
No, and you're right, it doesn't. But you know what? Ricky had a reason to be really fucking mad. The motherfucker wasn't even in D.C. He was 2 states away, and they took him and they locked him up and gave him a 22-year sentence for shit that he didn't have anything to do with. I'd be mad too. Now, the way he dealt with it, I disagree with it, but I understand why he reacted like he did. Enrique's a great fucking guy, man. He's if you know him, he's salt of the earth. He's a good fucking dude. We call him our raft enter.
You was about to say something else. That came out. That almost came out. You know that?
We call him that to his face, and he laughed because because we don't mean disrespect by it. That's just how we talk. I mean, he came over from Cuba as a young kid. We say on a raft. He came on a boat, but we call him a raft enter because that's kind of what he is.
But you do understand with racial slurs like that, it's going to make people raise eyebrows when it comes to the Proud Boys.
We get that, and that's why we try to keep them. We try to keep them to a minimum publicly. Even I do. I try to control that word because I use it with my mom. And my mom smacked my fucking teeth out of my mouth. It's like, don't ever call me that again.
All right, fair enough. All right, Gen X, it's always a pleasure talking to
Never
you.
with my mom, it's never a hard R. It's an A. But she still doesn't like it. She's like, boy, I will beat the fucking brakes off you.
You actually call your mom the N-word?
Yeah. I love my mom, dude.
This sounds so, I'm trying to think of the word I even want to say for this.
Retarded?
Yeah, something like that. This sounds, I don't even know how to process it. But I'll leave it at that, Gen X. Appreciate you coming on the show. As always, thank you, man. And enjoy that new place.
Brother, love you, man. You have a great night, a great week, a great weekend, and I will talk to you soon. I probably won't be back on until Sunday. Got a lot of shit to do. But my friend, you are always welcome to come visit me in Montana. I will take you out for a steak dinner, my friend.
Sounds interesting. Gen X, pleasure talking to you. Moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen, get you down up to 50,000. Enjoy your double Y, says King Finn. Double Ys can be pretty nice. I've used to date a girl that stayed in the double Y. Double Ys can be really nice. I mean, I'll leave it at that. Oh my God, the caller is so dumb. Don't go near him. Wow. Don't ask me to make sense of. Yeah, it was hard to process, but Gen X is a friend of the program. Gen X has been a caller on the program for at least a couple of years now, I think. Oakland Elementary School, Greenwood, South Carolina, 1988. James Wilson used a revolver to take out 2 students and teachers. 2 fatalities, 9 injuries. Well, the thing about it is, though, in 1988, that was rare to hear that. I believe there's been some school events that go back to the 1930s. I mean, it's happened before, but nowhere near to the level of frequency that is happening now. But it was, I believe like Columbine in I think in 1999 is kind of where people view it as where that is where it started at. From Columbine, the frequency just blew up. So from the late 90s till now, about the last 26 years, it's been where you're getting multiples of these per year. And the frequency is getting greater and greater and greater. But yeah, it happened before then. That doesn't excuse his ignorance, Tim, says King Finn. Well, man, listen, perhaps we need to discuss this. Let me go back to the box. Well, King Finn is not in there, but we'll continue on with Arsha Fine. Good evening, Arsha. What's the difference between then and now? Wow, that's a great question. What's the difference between then and now while we have mass casualty events and we did not have them back in the 70s and 80s? And wow, that's a question to ponder on. Give me a minute. I want to hear, and I'll ask you, Arsha, first of all, why do you think there are far more mass casualty events in the 90s and 2000s than, say, in the 60s and 70s? Because people did have firearms back then. Why do you think it's more of it now?
Okay, that's
a
really
great
good
question. That is a great question.
There were mass casualty shootings. However, I think you could look at the differences, side by side, but that's not what we're going to do because that could take a long time in sociology. But
something changed, though. Something happened.
But the thing that did happen under Columbine is George W. Bush. He, after Columbine, he banned assault rifles. And for a very long time, and that was a bipartisan thing. Democrats, Republicans.
I thought that was Bill Clinton. Was that Bush that did that? I thought Bill Clinton did that.
No, it's not. Well, it was Bill Clinton, and then it was Bush. He extended it because he's a normal human being that understands. I would say the defunding of mental health in certain areas.
That's probably it, yeah.
The defunding of counseling, making it easier for everyday people to get a assault weapon. That's what's changed. And for all the people that say, our Second Amendment rights, like this is a Democrat. No, George W. Bush, the same guy who went hunting with Cheney. He is a Second Amendment person. He knew better. I don't know where the Republican Party is on this, but enough's enough. Like, where's the red line? There is no red line anymore. It's disgusting. It's sad. I don't know what to say, Tom.
So let me ask you what I've been asking folks. If you were the commander in chief and you had the power of Trump, which is greater than the power of Obama or Bush or even Reagan. I mean, Trump has a lot of power.
Trump's greater. It's the same power.
No, I mean, when you got Congress that ain't gonna say shit, even if you go, when you got the Supreme Court that'll let you go against their rulings, he has more power than they do.
I mean, I get it. I understand. Yes.
So
he's supposed to have the same power.
Yeah, he's
as
supposed to, but
everybody else.
I mean, he's the first president that somebody actually gave him immunity. So I mean,
he's testing the waters and.
Yeah, he's literally testing testing the waters in a dry lake. That's how nice he has it. He's testing the waters in a dry lake. He can literally walk across the lake. There's no resistance at all. So what I'm asking is,
and that's not good for America.
MAGA might disagree, but I'm going to ask you, what would you do? Okay. What would you do to deal with this if you had Trump-like powers?
Well, Tim, today. I've been unwell for the last few days, so I had no idea what Gavin Newsom was doing. But I would say Gavin Newsom has actually figured out how to troll the troll.
Yeah.
Have you not?
Yeah.
Have you watched this shit?
I've reposted some of it. I mean, he's got videos of him carrying Melania Trump away with Trump in the background looking mad. He's got videos of him
talking about how sad he is and how gorgeous he.
The trolling is off the chain.
Listen, I hate to say this, Tim, but we've gotten to the point where a smart, educated man needs to troll a troll, and we are a country now. We have to pick which troll we like the best.
Wow.
This is ridiculous. What are we doing right now? And I will tell you, listen, I love the fact that Gavin Newsom is using his white privilege for good, because let's be serious.
You sound like gangster grandma. You sound like gangster grandma saying that.
No, it's true. Barack Obama couldn't talk like this. Jasmine Crockett can't talk like this. Hakeem Jeffries can't talk like this. He is using and abusing, perhaps, depending on who you are, his white privilege for good. And, I call him McDreamy. Gavin Newsom is McDreamy. He is the California McDreamy. He is vanilla ice cream. And I love vanilla ice cream. It's my favorite ice cream. You could put strawberries on it. You could put a little bit of syrup, make it a little tasty, what have you. But
But let me ask you this, because you're talking about Gavin Newsom using his white privilege. Random person in the comments says there is no white privilege. How do you respond to people who suggest that white privilege is a myth? That does not exist. They don't get any special privilege solely by being white.
I would say that person, go walk down a street with a lot of women. See if they clutch their purse. See if they hold their breath in the elevator. See if nobody crosses the street when you're walking on it. You can say things and get away with it. You can speed down the road. You might actually be able to run a stop sign and say, "Oh, this is just a warning." That's white privilege. You might actually be able to rent cheaper in a certain area or buy a house. You don't know till you know. And the way you're going to know is have a black friend. Have a black friend, have a female friend, have a Latino friend, have an Asian friend. You're not going to know that you're privileged until you know, because knowing is half the battle.
Sounds like G.I. Joe's ending. You know, you raise an interesting point. One of the things I have observed, because I do talk to a lot of people who do not adhere to white privilege being something real, but the folks that are white that do believe white privilege is real, it's exactly what you just stated. They have minorities that they're, in relationships with or friends with. Once you get close to the minority community, you get too close to the sun, you start warming up, you realize it actually is hot. But we thought it was, it was cold when we were on Earth. When you get close to it, like, shit, it is getting warm. You are correct about that. And when you talk to whites that actually hang around blacks, they do say it exists.
I'm married to a white man. He's a ginger. He's a little redheaded son, and he and I have different relationships with the son. But yeah, I mean, he knows, he gets it. He's not oblivious. He's not going to pretend to be oblivious. He sees everything.
Yeah, I got a viewer in my comments that says I'm from Canada, white privilege. You got white privilege in Canada too, and wow. But like I said though, if you see a white person claiming that white privilege is real, chances are they got black friends and associates, or they hang around, or minorities. They ain't gonna be black, but they do hang around other than just white people. Most of the whites that say white privilege is not real are whites that do not hang around or associate with other people. But if you do,
and they don't understand the hand and the reparations that have been handed to them since the Civil War. They don't get it. The farmers, all those people. And it's, I don't blame them necessarily. It's called read. Go to the library. Read a book. Don't rely on education to teach you. You need to read a book. Read books. Not one book, but read multiple books on any of this stuff that you may think, I'm not gaining. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
Well, how do you respond? I got a viewer that point.
Go read about it if you don't believe it.
Okay, how do you point out? How do you respond to something? I got a viewer that says, "Listen, a flock of morons." I love the name. Says, "No one is giving me anything as a white person. So how do I have privilege if nobody's giving me anything?"
You're correct, caller. Nobody has given you anything. But in the ladder of the people of, let's say, to the caller, let's say we all start at the exact same level, exact same grade, exact same qualifications, exact same degree, who's most likely to get the job?
So you're saying even in 2025 that exists?
Well, especially now that we erased all that shit. He's going to get a leg up more than I'm going to get a leg up, especially as a male, a white male. He's going to have his, he's going to have his time in the sunshine, so to speak, because white male privilege has been angry and in their feels about women, mostly their wives, because let's make it real. It's white women that have benefited from
you mean like DEI and affirmative action?
Yeah. So, maybe ask your wife, bro. Ask your wife. Ask your girlfriend, ask your aunts, ask your grandmas, ask them what you benefit from, because they had to struggle. They had to go to college.
That's
to
an
get
interesting.
that job.
That's an interesting
They had-
perspective. So in regards to what I asked you though, if you had Trump-like powers, what would you do to try to stop children from losing their lives in school, not coming home because of a bullet?
If I had Trump-like powers, but I'm not Trump-like, right?
You just have the power. You don't have to do anything like what he does. You just have the power where you don't have to worry about Congress or the Supreme Court or the Senate trying to stop you. That's what I'm talking about.
I would ban AR-15s just like George W. Bush did, and assault weapons. That's what I was. That's the start.
What is your definition of an assault weapon, though?
I'm not banning guns.
I get that, but what is your definition of an assault weapon?
Anything used in war. Anything that's been used to kill.
Oh shit, that's anything. I mean, even the officers carry a pistol on their side.
Okay. Tim, I don't know what the answer is. I know that these kids in every single classroom, they're innocent. They did not do anything wrong. It doesn't matter if it was Columbine or if it was you know what I'm saying? Or these are innocent children. They did not do anything wrong. They were just sitting there trying to learn, live their best day. These parents sent them off for their kids to have education. I don't know what the answer is, but I would start with banning
The assault rifle.
weapons of war. Weapons of war.
Fair point. All right, I do got to move it on our show. People can do a lot of damage with a handgun. I think Virginia Tech.
Hey, that's fine. Go for it. But I haven't seen it.
Virginia
And just like
Tech.
Tim,
I'll tell you to Google Virginia Tech. That man took out like 30. I think.
I understand that, but I'm talking about we got to start somewhere.
Fair point. Fair point. Arsha, thank you for coming through. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Anytime.
Love you.
And you too. All right, I want to, it was something I wanted to respond. Oh, the whole privilege thing, because somebody said, look, nobody's giving me anything, you know, how the hell do I have privilege? I use this example often on the show. I'm going to give you two people it's fictional. This is all fictional, but I've used this example before. I'm going to present two people to you that are at rock bottom. Neither one of these people have been given any damn thing. Imagine two homeless guys. One's white, one's black. Now, during the evening, they both sleep on the street. So imagine a small town with like a main street. You got a lot of businesses on both sides. At the end of the day, when all of the businesses are closed and the people have went home, the white homeless guy sleeps on the steps of one business that's closed, and the black guy across the street sleeps on the business of another business that's closed. Neither one of these men have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. They're completely broke. Nobody gave either one of them any damn thing. They're both flat broke. During the day, they scrounge for food in garbage cans and shit like that. But for some reason, the cops always come and try to give the black guy loitering tickets and tell him to move along. Meanwhile, the white guy sleeping on the steps across the street gets a comfortable night of sleep on cement because they don't bother him at all. During the day when they're scrounging for garbage and shit like that, the white business owners, or better yet, the business owners that see the black guy telling them, get the hell out of our garbage can and stuff like that. Maybe they come out and hand the white guy something that's leftovers, or they let him look in the garbage can as long as he want to. Do you see any difference in how they're being treated? Might that be a privilege? Neither one of them don't have shit. But one guy is getting left alone and the other guy's constantly getting harassed. The point, and this is fictional, but I'm just simply saying you can have privilege without anybody giving you anything. Maybe you and a friend go into Walmart and you guys are both looking around and you make some purchases and things like that. And okay, I'll meet you back in the car. And when you guys are both walking out of Walmart, they grab your friend. They want to see all the receipts and proof that he purchased everything. They don't say shit to you. So you're out in the car waiting 20 minutes. What took you so long? Well, they wanted to see you and prove that everything went in my shopping cart I purchased. Neither one of you were given anything. But he's getting harassed and you're not. So when people say privilege, sometimes privilege can just simply be the freedom of movement without somebody fucking with you. That could be privilege. I can go places and nobody seem to ask me questions or stop me, or that's freedom of movement. That's a privilege. Understand, while we're talking right now about what's going on in DC, while Trump is suggesting we bring back stop and frisk in places like Chicago and things like that, that's limiting freedom of movement. And for folks who might suggest if you're doing nothing wrong, if you're not a criminal, you shouldn't care about this, there's a lot of things holding up your freedom of movement, a lot of problems that can cause in your life. If you're on your way to work, for instance, and all of a sudden you're stopped and the cops want to go through your car, takes anywhere between 10 minutes and a half hour for them to run a background check on you and search your car. Do you have enough time for that to happen and not be late for work? Because if you're late for work, now you're getting docked 10, 15 minutes pay. You ain't done nothing wrong. You're 100% legal, law-abiding, tax-paying citizen. Well, since I'm doing nothing wrong, just let them search my car. Okay, now that don't turn into you being a few minutes late from work, and now you got to talk to your employer about it. This is stuff that happens to people in real life. You're catching a bus or you're catching a subway, and all of a sudden the guy wants to go through your pockets and make sure you're legal while he stops and frisks you. And now you miss your bus, or you miss you missed the train you were going to catch. This is stuff that really happens to people. So when folks say, well, you ain't doing nothing wrong, you shouldn't mind. We all do things on a time schedule. We're not just walking around with 20, 30 extra minutes to spare all the time. That stuff can take time out of your life. And any other night, many of you heard me use the example of where it actually happened to me in real life as a juvenile, where me and my brother were riding bikes in Milwaukee. I was a teenager at the time. Cops stopped us in the middle of the street on the double yellows. We got our bikes against the police car because they're claiming that we look like some juveniles that are in the neighborhood stealing bikes. So we're forced to sit on the curb while they're going through, the bag on my bike. They want to go through my pockets and shit like that. And I will never forget this. An old white lady in a pickup truck while her husband was driving it yelled out the window, "Serves them right." She genuinely thought I was a criminal. I had done nothing wrong. So that's another thing I want to point out. When you're being stopped and frisked, or you're sitting on the curb while the cops are searching your car, people watching you think you're a criminal. That shit's embarrassing. For people who've been through this, they'll tell you that shit's embarrassing. People don't think it's just a random search to an innocent guy. When they see cops doing that stuff to you, they got you hemmed up, going through your pocket. People think you're a criminal. It ain't cool to go through that. I haven't, fortunately, had to deal with a lot of that as an adult, but I can tell you, I still remember it from being a juvenile. It ain't fun to have some lady yell out at the car at you. Serves you right. You deserve that. Doing nothing wrong. So anybody who suggests, well, if you ain't doing nothing wrong, you shouldn't have any problem with it. And that's also not even taking in consideration how some cops treat you while they're doing that. Where the weed at? I know you got a gun on you, right? You look nervous. I mean, just intimidating the hell out of you. All of that happens too while this stuff is going on. All of that's happening too, just ruining the relationship between the citizen and the cop. Just ruining that relationship altogether. All of the cops don't do these random profiles and searches in a kind, gentle, peaceful manner. A lot of them come at the people because, remember, they're profiling you. They think you probably got some bad going on. They're not about to hand you a cookie. They think you're doing something bad. So when they profile you, a lot of times the way they treat you is with hostility until you prove you're not hostile. Might approach you with their hand on their gun or anything. I mean, this stuff just ruins the relationship between the public and the police. So I just want to point that out when folks suggest that if you ain't doing nothing wrong, you shouldn't mind letting them search you and things like that. It's not a good experience to go through. And if you've ever been through it, you wouldn't favor it. I've never seen somebody get searched by police. I had their car searched by police while they sat there for 20, 30 minutes and got up and said, "Thank you, officer, I appreciate that." I've never seen somebody do that. It's not a good experience. Looking in the comments, though, it's not just blacks they treat poor looking whites the same way. It's not a race thing, it's a class thing. I don't care what kind of thing it is, it's not cool. The only difference is it's mostly whites that are saying people should be okay going through it. That's the difference why people think it's a that's why people think it's a white thing, because you don't see you don't generally see the black community say, ain't nothing wrong, let them search you if you ain't getting. That's something you only generally hear from white people, because a lot of the African American community knows how those stop and frisk and those random searches can go south. Some cops have a preconceived notion you're a bad guy, and they're not going to stop searching until they find something to justify what they're trying to do. So you don't normally hear black people talking about, yeah, just let them search you. You know how angry you have to be to let that ruin your day. No, you don't have to be angry at all. All you have to do is meet a cop that's fucking angry. Let's say you are getting searched and you're smiling and all of that, and that cop is making it clear he thinks you're a criminal. What the fuck you doing in this neighborhood? I know you got some drugs on you. I can smell the weed a mile away. Everybody don't want to listen. If you can let the cops do that and it makes you walk away with a smile on your face, more power to you. But every citizen don't like being disrespected like that. So the idea that you have to be angry for that to affect you, no, I don't buy that. Didn't they ban stop and frisk because they disproportionately frisk black people? Yeah, but I actually have got a video I'm working on right now. Trump wants to bring that back. Trump is on record saying that he wants to bring back stop and frisk because he believes it lowered crime in in Washington? No, in New York. So he was talking about it even during the Hillary Clinton era. He was talking about bringing back, when he was running for president against Hillary Clinton. Trump, since he became a politician, from day one, has been talking about bringing back stop and frisk. So, and now with him added on talking about giving police immunity and shit like that, my guess is it would not surprise me if in DC and other places
are living in hell because it's so dangerous. You walk down the street, you get shot. In Chicago, they've had thousands of shootings, thousands, since January 1st. Thousands of shootings. And I'm saying,
thousands of shootings since January 1st. That had to be worded wrong, right?
where is this? Is this a war-torn country? What are we doing? And we have to stop the violence. We have to bring back law and order in a place like Chicago, where thousands of people have been killed, thousands over the last number of years. In fact, almost 4,000 have been killed since Barack Obama became president. Almost 4,000 people in Chicago have been killed. We have to bring back law and order. Now, whether or not in a place like Chicago you do stop and frisk, which worked very well, Mayor Giuliani is here, it worked very well in New York. It brought the crime rate way down. But you take the gun away from criminals that shouldn't be having it. We have gangs roaming the street, and in many cases, they're illegally here, illegal immigrants, and they have guns, and they shoot people. And we have to be very strong, and we have to be very vigilant. We have to know what we're doing. Right now, our police, in many cases, are afraid to do anything. We have to protect our inner cities because African American communities are being decimated by crime.
I want to say something. I want you to hear the rest of this, but understand. Because a lot of folks say Trump has only been strict on immigration and stuff like that because Biden let so many people in. This is right after Obama's term. And we know Obama was not really relaxed on immigration. Obama was deporting every damn body. You notice when you hear Trump speak, he sounds just like the Trump he is today. The only difference is, you can tell after hearing this, is that his administration of today is letting him do things that his 2016 administration would not let him do. He wanted to do everything he is doing now during his first term. This guy speaking right now, he's covering immigration, he's covering African-American cities, he's talking about Chicago. This is all the stuff he's saying now some 9 years later, but it's pretty clear he wanted to do all this stuff during his first term. He didn't have the power to the level he has right now.
2 minutes expired, but I do want to follow up. Stop and frisk was ruled unconstitutional in New York because it largely singled out Black and Hispanic young men.
No, you're wrong. It went before a judge who was a very against police judge. It was taken away from her, and our new mayor, refused to go forward with the case. They would have wanted an appeal. If you look at it throughout the country, there are many places where
The
it's
argument
allowed.
is that it's a form of racial profiling.
No, the argument is that we have to take the guns away from these people that have them and that are bad people that shouldn't have them. These are felons. These are people that are bad people that shouldn't be. When you have 3,000 shootings in Chicago from January 1st, when you have 4,000 people.
Is it possible to have Chicago derangement syndrome? I mean, like, does he talk about really any other city in America other than Chicago? I mean, it is amazing. And this is, like I said, this is 9 years ago. Chicago has not been the murder capital in America since Trump became a politician. And yet that's all you hear is Chicago, Chicago. Is it possible to have Chicago derangement syndrome? I don't know, but 3,000 shootings is not 3,000 deaths. That is true. That is true. And my guess is that you asked him, because Chicago is the third largest city in America. Houston's the fourth largest city in America. If you asked him to give the crime statistics of Houston, he would draw a complete blank. He has like Chicago tunnel vision. He knows everything about Chicago because it fits the narrative. I bet that guy doesn't know anything at all about the crime in Houston, even though it's the next largest city under Chicago. He has Chicago derangement syndrome. Because it's weird. It's because it is true. Somebody said it's because of where Obama lived. It ain't just Obama, but Obama definitely. It's because Chicago makes a great liberal target. There is nothing conservative about Chicago at all. Liberal governor, liberal mayor, all of the lower positions are generally managed by liberals. It has a history of tough gun laws. Of course, it is the home of Obama. Everything about it is liberal. So it makes a perfect target. That's what, if Illinois elected a Republican governor or Chicago put in a Republican mayor, the right would cease to start talking about, the Chicago talk would just start fading away. It has nothing to do with the actual crime. It's about the liberalism of the city, because there are a lot of very violent cities in this country that are in Republican states. And you've never heard him mention Memphis at all. I mean, he's been a politician for almost a decade. He's never mentioned St. Louis, none of these, New Orleans. These are very violent cities. You've never heard him mention any of those areas. It's because they're in Republican states. So he's playing politics with the crime. Does Chicago still look like a war zone? Nobody. Listen, I tell you, Detroit, Cleveland, there's a lot of areas of this country that look more like a war zone than Chicago. Gary, Indiana, where all the industry left. I mean, you go to Gary, Indiana. If you're talking about a war zone, Gary, Indiana, which is only a few short miles, about 30 miles outside of Chicago, in the state of Indiana, a red state, that looks like a fucking war zone. There are no good sides of town to Gary, Indiana. You want to talk about a real war zone. So you don't hear him talking about none of that stuff because it's in a conservative, state. So you want to shield your city from being talked about Trump. Just be in a conservative state. Doesn't matter what's going on in your town. As long as your governor's red, he ain't gonna say shit about it. MAGA winning every day in every way. He ain't winning. Somebody said rolling on the floor, laughing my fucking ass off. MAGA America is winning every day in every way. No, you're not winning every day in every way. Trump is winning every day in every way. I'll agree with Trump, but you're not winning as MAGA every day in every way because you're not getting a bunch of the shit he promised you. You're not winning with the Epstein information now that you got rid of Biden and Trump was promising to be more transparent. MAGA didn't win on the Epstein information. MAGA's not winning with grocery prices. There's a whole lot of areas. MAGA's not winning for the ones who voted for Trump because you wanted all these damn wars to end. He was going to end the Ukraine-Russia war in 20. MAGA ain't winning shit on that. There's a whole lot of areas you're not winning. Where MAGA is winning is on securing the border, protecting the integrity of women's sports, and going after the transgender and LGBT community in every way you fantasize about. And of course, doing a whole bunch of stuff to stick it to the liberals. Those are really the only areas where Trump is excelling. He's sticking it to the liberals in every way, fashion, or form, whether it's putting unwanted military in their cities, just to say fuck the liberals. I mean, he's doing a lot of things that MAGA likes that is saying basically fuck the liberals. He's doing that. He's being really anti-LGBTQ, which the right likes that. And of course, he is securing the border. And by the way, I just heard on World News tonight, they expect Alligator Alcatraz to be completely empty in a few days. What a waste of fucking money. $400 million to build that. It's going to be empty in a few days. So MAGA ain't winning every day in every way. Trump is winning like crazy. You not. You're not bringing home a windfall of money. You're not making a whole lot extra on your job. Your life ain't much better as MAGA than it was this time last year under Biden. You just feel better because Trump is your leader and Biden is not. You're not paying less. Your interest rates on your homes and cars is not that great to brag. Win it out. Win it out. You got your guy in there, but your life ain't changing worth a shit to any degree. You believe it might in the future. I get that. But that's assuming you're not a federal employee or working in the tourism industry where you lost your damn job. So MAGA ain't doing that. It's Trump that is winning. He's gotten Bitcoin. He's gotten all sorts of products. He's gotten a new jet. He's making a fucking killing. You're not. You're not. I see more people waking up every day, not being afraid to express themselves. The truth can be spoken again. I mean, Archie Bunker may wake up one day and speak the truth. I don't know if everybody speaking the truth is the best thing. Doge checks are coming. People are saying, you ain't going to get shit from Doge. You don't even hear Trump bragging about what Doge did anymore. And Doge cut all that. Do you hear the Trump administration talking about Doge and all? You're not going to get a Doge check. It's not going to happen. What's the crime percentage this year in D.C. in comparison to the last 30 years? Well, because the military is everywhere, crime in D.C. has essentially stopped. So I'm assuming the crime rate in D.C. from the time Trump sent in the military about a dozen days ago is going to be exceptionally low. But it's based on artificial pretenses. I mean, look, the military's hovering around, but you haven't heard Trump talking about he's arrested a bunch of rapists and murderers, so they're still there. They're just laying low. They're just laying low. So I always use the example, what Trump is doing in D.C. is akin to America occupying Afghanistan when the Taliban was there. Taliban was still in Afghanistan while we were occupying that country. They just laid low. While they were laying low, women were not being oppressed. Women could learn to drive and open up businesses. The minute Trump made a deal with the Taliban and we left, women are getting treated like shit again. You didn't do anything but temporarily give them some reprieve. That's what's going to happen in D.C. Either you're going to leave these people here forever, or the minute they leave, the crime is going to come back to D.C. And even if Trump leaves them there the whole time, he still is not going to bring down crime. What he's going to do is relocate it. That's all. Listen, if I'm used to making a living by stealing copper off cars, or, taking old ladies' purses and shit like that. You didn't do anything when you came in this town to provide me with additional opportunities and to make a living. You just flooded the area with cops. So what am I going to do? I'm going to go out to the suburbs and find me some copper or ladies with purses. You don't have the National Guard out there. So you're not going to bring down crime. You're just going to fucking relocate it. Those are the only two things that are going to happen. You are either going to withdraw those forces eventually and the crime's going to come back, or you're going to leave them there indefinitely and the crime is just going to move to another area. In fact, neighboring Maryland is already seeing the homeless population increase because they're leaving D.C. and going out to Maryland. They're just going a little bit of ways away. You're just moving the shit. You're not actually getting rid of it. You're just moving it. Because as I've been saying for several days since Trump did this, you're not addressing why this shit happened to begin with. If you don't address why there's so much crime and homelessness, and all you do is put people in place to threaten the criminals and homeless, then they just figure out a way to get away from your ass and do what they're doing anyway. And that's what's going to happen in D.C. That ain't bringing down crime. That's just moving it. Give it a few months, and I guarantee you some of the suburbs in D.C. going to be talking about their crime rate and their homeless population is increasing. Just give it a little bit of time. That's all going to happen. You're just going to move the shit. What car has come? Well, I used a bad example. Copper from cars. I meant to say what do you call it? Catalytic converters from cars. How about that? If you're used to stealing catalytic converters from cars, if you're used to stealing the whole damn car, they said carjackings in DC are down. I'll just go where there's not a heavy military presence. Some of the suburbs that surround DC are probably going to start complaining that they have an extra amount of criminals and homeless. They're just going to move on. That's it. You're not lowering crime. You're just pushing it because the area you're securing, there's a bunch of areas around it that are not secure. So they just go there. It's not our capital, so fuck it, huh? Because it's not the capital, you don't care. You're going to Chicago, that ain't your capital. So just picking and choosing what areas you're okay with crime and not the other areas. So, all right. My cars are race. Okay, I don't even want to go into that. How about the cities you named are all Democrat, all of them? Well, here's a pushback on that. If you're the governor of a state, like Missouri with St. Louis, like Tennessee with Memphis and Nashville, and your state has a whole bunch of crime, and you're telling what the governor's Democrat, you're the fucking governor of that state. The people in one of your cities is committing a bunch of state crimes. The criminals in St. Louis, a liberal city, when they go and commit major felonies, those aren't city crimes, those are state crimes. If the governor of the state is Republican and he has a city in his state that's violent, he is responsible for that. You don't just sit back playing the fucking mirror. When you ran for governor, you talked about lowering crime in the state. That's what they all do. So you don't get to go where, well, I just want to blame the highest liberal. Any Republican, no, just blame the highest liberal. Knowing damn well if the governor of Missouri was Democrat, you'd be blaming him too. Just like you blame the governor, Gavin Newsom, for the crime in California. You blame the governor for the crime in Illinois. You blame the governor of New York for the crime in New York City. But all of a sudden in the Republican states, you stop at the mayor. Do you see how fucking biased that is? You're blaming all the liberal governors for the crime in their cities, but for some reason, when it comes to the Republican governors, we're going to stop at the mayor. We're not going to. All right, I see how you're trying to make that work. I see in the comments somebody said I blame the governor and mayor. Have you heard President Trump blaming any Republican governor for high crime cities in their states? Have you ever heard him blame the governor of Louisiana for all the crime in Baton Rouge, in New Orleans? Have you ever heard him say anything about that at all? Have you ever heard him blame the governor of Tennessee for all the crime in Memphis, in Nashville, all the crime in Cleveland, all the crime in Cincinnati? You ever heard him say anything about the governor of Ohio? This is why people keep suggesting that the Democrats are for crime because they don't like what Trump is doing. No, they're against using crime as a political agenda. If you're truly for crime, you're going to talk about crime wherever it's happening, not just in liberal areas. All of these badass cities that happen to be in Republican states and you ain't saying shit about them. Just keep focusing on liberal cities, huh? In liberal states. You're playing politics with solving crime. That's why people don't like it. It's happening only in liberal areas. No, it's not. Tennessee is not a liberal area. Tennessee is a Republican state. If that state has violent cities in it, the governor of that state is responsible for that. The same way you're blaming Gavin Newsom for all the problems happening in LA and San Francisco. The governor of California, you're blaming him happily for the crime. You even blame Kamala Harris for it. You're blaming the governor Pritzker of Illinois for the crime in Chicago. You're blaming the governor from Cuomo on to the woman that's governor of New York now. You're blaming her for the crime in New York City. But the moment the governor turns to a Republican, you stop blaming the governor and you only want to talk about the city now all of a sudden. That's playing politics. That is playing politics. And like I said, I've never heard President Trump blame any Republican governor for any of the violence in any of the red state cities. Don't say anything about him at all. Tennessee is a liberal area, Tim. No, it's not. The governor of Tennessee is liberal. Give me the liberal Democratic governor of Tennessee's name. Since you're telling me that Tennessee is liberal, give me the governor of Tennessee's name and tell me that that's a Democrat, because it's not. There are Democrats. I am Googling it. You're telling me the governor of Missouri with St. Louis, the governor of Louisiana with Baton Rouge and New Orleans, the governor of Arkansas with Little Rock, all of them are Democrats? The governors? Give me some names. Give me some names, because you're making up shit. Give me some names. Which one of them is a Democrat? The governor of Atlanta is a Democrat? Governor Kemp? Find me 11,000 votes. You're telling me he suddenly turned a Democrat? All right. And I see somebody said the governor don't do nothing. Isn't that interesting? How when you're trying to hold a Republican governor accountable, he doesn't do anything. If they're blaming the whole fucking world on Gavin Newsom, blaming the whole fucking world on Illinois Governor Pritzker and the governor of everybody from Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan, Tim Walz of Minnesota. You're blaming all the liberal governors for every fucking thing. But when you try to hold the Republican governor accountable, suddenly the governor don't do anything. All right, now I see how you're doing it. And I see King Finn says, and this is why we say it's a cult. Yeah, I tell you one thing, it's comical. It's comical because you're blaming governors, liberal governors, for everything constantly. But then the minute you try to blame a Republican governor or even suggest that governor should be held accountable, suddenly they don't do anything. King Finn, good evening.
Because it's a code. You know it's a code.
Yeah. Not only that, but I do apparently have somebody in the comments that is incredibly uneducated politically. K-Dog says Tennessee is too liberal. Arkansas is also a liberal. The governor of Arkansas and Tennessee is liberal is what he's saying.
Get the fuck out of here. That's funny. That's hilarious. The governor of Arkansas.
Yeah.
What is that governor's name? Because I really want to know. That is some comical shit right there.
I think Mike Huckabee's daughter is the governor of Arkansas.
Yeah, Huckabee. Yeah.
Straight off the Trump administration. She turned into a liberal.
Yeah. The fucking liar and shit. The ex fucking press secretary that lied about everything, just like the one we got now.
Yeah.
Fuck out of here, man. Listen, man, you be letting them get away with that shit, man. I like how you push back on some of this shit, but you be letting them get away. Now, I'm just going to go back and I'm going to rewind for a minute. You need to tell your boy Gen X to give up his guns then, because he has a serious mental fucking illness. Okay?
Explain. How so? Explain.
Give him his pew-pews, bro.
What makes you say he's mentally ill?
Because he's a damn Proud Boy. He's mentally ill.
So you think you suggest all the Proud Boys are mentally ill?
Hell yeah, they are.
Why do you say that? Based on what?
Just like the Nazis jumping out of Penske trucks.
Damn
right. It's Nazis jumping out of Penske trucks. You're damn right. They're all fucking mentally ill.
Do you have any real world examples of the Proud Boys doing anything that bad comparable to Nazis?
I'm not saying that they're comparable to Nazis. I'm saying to the Nazis. I'm saying they're mentally ill just like them. Something's literally wrong with them.
Well, what about what he said that it's a difference between local chapters and a national chapter?
Who gives a shit? They both end up doing the same thing. Are we serious? Like a group of people. I'll put this example on you. If it's not anything wrong with being a Proud Boy, then what's wrong with being a Blood or a Crip?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about the Proud Boys. I don't know.
What is wrong with being a Black Panther? I
Well,
wouldn't say Blood or Crip because I know you're gonna push back with that shit. They kill people. Okay,
right.
So let's go here. What was wrong with being a Black Panther back in the 60s and the 70s? Nothing. Exactly. So we gonna go here. Didn't they try to take away their pew-pews? Didn't the FBI literally like find ways and put people on cases to find a way to lock Huey up? Didn't they find a way to squash the motherfucker?
Well, listen, I mean, our country has a history of not being favorable to empowered African Americans. You can talk about Tulsa and Black Wall Street. I mean, anytime you get too far ahead, you run into problems. That's been the history of this country.
Exactly.
So Black Panthers, the Black Panthers were all about Black empowerment and shit like that. You're gonna run it. I mean, even now, you start training a whole bunch of blacks how to use guns and shit, and you start talking about you don't trust the government, you're gonna have problems out of the government.
But it's okay for them to do it, right?
Well, as the man said, it's cool when they do it. When I do it, it's a problem. So. Sometimes it is. Yeah, sometimes it is.
Listen, when the Panthers went to the Capitol, let's go here. When the Panthers went to the Capitol,
They were ready.
BLM went to-
They was ready.
That shit looked like what's that movie? Hunger Games. They had fucking stormtroopers every damn where. But Gen 6ers go there. It was a love fest. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, but in defense of Trump supporters on January 6th, as opposed to the Black Panthers going to the Capitol, they were invited there by the president. So you're going to have a different level of security when you're a guest of the president. The January 6th people were a guest of the president. So that's why they got treated better.
I'm gonna let you ride with that bullshit.
Well, am I correct? Were they not invited by Steve Bannon? Is going to be wild. I mean, they were invited by the president.
You're right. They were invited by the president, but didn't he tell them to go home? Didn't he tell them to peacefully protest? Wasn't it just a love fest? Remember?
Yeah, well, it was not a love fest, but in regards to the whole go peacefully and all of that shit, yeah, I debated somebody with that earlier today. To me, that stuff never made sense. Is that you got an audience full of people, you don't even know who the fuck they are. Nobody's been patted down, nobody's been searching. You're going to send this unknown crowd to the Capitol building, and you believe just simply saying go peacefully to a bunch of people you don't know is reliable enough to send them where all of the sensitive heads of government is. That made no sense to me.
You're forgetting the big lie. He said he was gonna go with him.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with you. That motherfucker went home and had a quote unquote dance party. Knowing damn well he went home and ate some Big Macs. Man, get the fuck out of here.
Did he say he had a dance party?
Man, they said that dude was having a dance party, dog. That's what they said. But you got a motherfucker ain't dance. Jacobs ain't
my
did nothing.
God.
He's sitting there eating Big Macs, man. Come on, man. You know he ain't dance.
Yeah. I don't listen.
Wave his hands around. Stop and wave his hands around like he voguing or some shit. I don't know. Maybe that's what he did. I don't know. However, so I think he was at the crib. I think he was back at the crib eating Big Macs. But that's just my thought. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Oh my God. To me, January 6th never made any sense to me because, okay, January 6th is only 2 months and 2 days after the election. So these people are there talking about stop the steal and all of this stuff. Meanwhile, Attorney General Barr, Trump's top cop during that time, he's still investigating Trump's claims that the election is stolen. I mean, the investigation has not been concluded on January 6th. So why are you here saying the election is stolen and shit like that before the investigation is even concluded? If you had to grab the average protester on January 6th and ask them, give me your reason why you think this election is stolen, they couldn't really articulate much other than I went to sleep on election night, he was winning, I woke up, he was losing. Like, none of the claims have been proven yet. Why are you here talking about stop the steal and they're still investigating whether any of the stuff you think happened even happened at all? There's no way they should have been there. There's no way they should have been there that upset 2 months after that election that quick.
They still don't have any proof. They don't have shit. All they got is the word of the orange shit tater telling them to stop the steal and something was rigged and they ran out there like a bunch of dumbasses and did some dumbass shit. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Period, point blank.
Yeah.
It ain't nothing else to say. Now back to this whole, idea about what we could do. If I had this power, I would literally take, and I don't give a shit because I got Trump's power. So I don't have to ask Congress. I ain't got to ask you motherfuckers nothing. I'm going to tell all y'all to bring your guns, and I'm going to take the military state by state and take all of the automatic weapons off of the motherfucking field. The only gun you can have is a handgun. You only have a certain amount of motherfucking bullets, and you better have your medical records. You're going to need motherfucking psychological motherfucking records before you get the gun. You're going to need that. You're going to also need your license, because I feel if you need you don't have to have certain motherfucking identification to get a gun, but you got to have identification to vote. So you're going to need medical records, psychological motherfucking records. You're going to need a drug
What would
test.
you do? Because but there's a lot of Charleston Hestons out there. From my cold dead hands, people were suggesting you're not going to take my gun. What would you do to citizens who refuse to give up their guns? I'm not giving my gun up to the government. What would you deem?
Their ass is going to jail. They going to jail. You don't want to give your gun up, you're going to jail. Period, point blank, fuck you.
So you're gonna.
They can rip motherfuckers away from people from their fucking families with no-name motherfucking police officers and bullshit-ass motherfucking charges. They sending Kilgore Earl Brago to fucking Uganda just because he didn't agree with what that orange idiot said. Fuck that. If you want to have a motherfucking gun, you're going to do it my way. Fuck what you talking about. Fuck your fucking freedom. Matter of fact, put a condom on your motherfucking heart and fuck your feelings. That's how I feel about it, because I'm sick of these motherfuckers walking around able to kill kids. Y'all are walking around unaliving children. Do you understand that? I'm sick, dog. You're constantly worried about the transgender motherfucking people. But the transgender people ain't out here killing kids. They're not out here unaliving kids. That's not happening. What are you worried
Well,
about?
that ain't true today. That's not true today. Today they did take 2 kids' life. Transgender.
Okay.
That was a transgender that did that.
I'm not about to sit here and argue with you about that because, oh my God, it's one case. Okay.
There are more.
It's
There are
that-
more. It ain't the first time.
Okay. I'm not finna sit. Okay, so name the last school shooting that was a transgender person.
I know there was one in Nashville for sure. I mean, literally, I'm telling you, you know, unlike these people are fighting back more than Mexicans. It's like revenge of the trans. They're not putting up with all this hatred. They fighting back because this guy actually had on his firearm. He wanted to take out Trump, or he was suggesting other people do it. He's, you know.
Can I ask you something? Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Other than black people, what's the next hate group what's the next group that's being hated on more than anybody else?
The LGBTQ.
Right. So what are we talking about here? You're expecting them to lay the fuck down. You're expecting them to do whatever the fuck you talking about. But for years, this shit, I like when people say, oh, it wasn't in the Bible. This is an abomination. Sodom and Gomorrah had gay people. Sodom and Gomorrah had bi couples. It might not be in your King James Version Bible, but I'm telling you it was there. Okay? They have proof. They have historical fucking proof that shit was there. And if they don't, why are you so worried about what these people do in their motherfucking bedroom? I don't care. I don't care what the fuck they do. As long as they ain't fucking with me. The idea that y'all are so worried about that shit is disgusting to me. It seems to me that if that shit is constantly on your brain, maybe we can change that TDS to transgender instead of Trump. Because that's what it kind of fucking sound like. Transgender derangement syndrome. You motherfuckers are too worried about what's going on in somebody else's fucking bed. Meanwhile, motherfuckers are out here on the streets dying because motherfuckers don't know. Because people are walking around with guns all the damn time. Fuck that. Take that shit away. Period, point blank. Take that shit away. I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it. I don't give a shit if you think I'm stomping on your liberties, because obviously MAGA don't give a fuck anyway. They're willing to give it up to the shit tater. Why not?
What should we give it up to? Give it up to who?
Give what up to?
To the shit. What do you say, shit tater?
Dictator, yeah. They're gonna let the shit tater be a dictator. Why not? I mean, if I got this power, I'm taking your fucking guns. I don't give a shit. Charleston, Heston, the NRA, y'all can all kiss my ass. I don't give a fuck. Fuck all of y'all.
Wow.
I'm sick of children having to be unalived at school in a fucking church. Not even that. I'm tired of it being mass murders anyway. What other country deals with this? Matter of fact, I'm not even gonna say this. I'm sure there are countries out there that deal with it.
Actually, when it comes to children going to school and not coming home, this is a uniquely American problem. I don't know. I've not heard of any country that deals with this.
That's even fucking worse.
Yeah.
This shit shouldn't be happening. Period, point blank. It shouldn't be happening.
I don't know any country on earth that's not actively in war that does shooter drills in schools. The only way you're not, maybe in Gaza, because they're in war, they're going to get, but a country that's not at war doing shooter drills, I don't think there's any country in the world doing that right now.
I don't think there's any reason why kids should have to do that. That's completely insane. The first time my son and my daughter came home and told me, hey, we got to do an active shooter drill, I almost threw up. Because I was thinking to myself, like, wait a minute, what? You have to what?
Yeah.
A tornado drill, a fire drill, but an active shooter drill? What the fuck? What is that? And when they told me that, my daughter was the first one. Okay. Mm-hmm. And my daughter told me, she was like, I didn't know what to do. I was scared because we didn't know. You know what I'm saying? The first time they did it, I think the first time they did it, she probably wasn't paying attention and didn't hear that they were going to do that shit that day. And a lot of kids forgot. So when the shit happened, they were shitting their pants. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, they were scared as hell because they didn't know what the fuck was going on. But why should our kids have to do that?
Yeah.
When we send our kids to school, we send them to learn. Even though they burning all the motherfucking books and taking all this shit out, we send them to learn. We don't send them to do an active shooter drill and possibly not come home that night. The most I had to worry about was getting into a fight with my bully or my lunch falling on the fucking floor when I was in school. I wasn't worried about no damn shooter. Why? The fuck is this in school? What the fuck? Like, come on, man.
It is some. I can kind of remember doing a little bit of the, during the Cold War. I go back. I think I remember getting under the desk. We thought nuclear war was going to happen. That's what we were doing. I don't remember, preparing for a shooter, but we thought about, Red Dawn type shit where there may be a.
Yeah, but come on now. That was fucking, that was a real, possible time. At those times, yeah, shit like that was happening. But who the fuck thought somebody was gonna run up into school?
Right.
Nobody thinks somebody was gonna
Yeah, when I used to when I was a teenager, you could go in school early and study in the cafeteria. You could go in any room. There was no searches, no metal detectors, none of that shit. So it's changed a lot.
That shit changed when the gangs started coming into schools and recruiting fucking younger and younger kids. But that's besides the point. We still didn't think nobody was going.
Yeah, you could be even in the most rural or even in the most uppity neighborhood that may be white for it. They're doing them in those neighborhoods too. So this right here does not pertain to just gang violence. Even in white neighborhoods, they're doing active shooter drills and all of that shit.
I'll tell you now because Annunciation, the Catholic school you're talking about, that's not in the hood. That's in Richfield. That's the ritzy area of Minneapolis.
Oh, it is?
That's where all the, that's the 54th and up. That's going towards fucking Edina where the money is. Wow. Period, point blank. That's not the hood. That's Southside, yeah, but that's past 40th. That's 54th, 55th.
Yeah, Catholic, because this happened at a Catholic school. Catholic schools usually cost money. I mean, that's not a free school, right?
Ding, 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 yes.
Yeah, because they don't normally put Catholic schools in poor neighborhoods.
Yeah, that's not the hood, G. That's not North Minneapolis. That's Southside, way Southside deep, where they not worried about none of that shit. You look on the news, you see these big, beautiful houses, lawns all the way down to the damn side to the sidewalk. They ain't worried about nothing like that shit happening over there.
Wow. Well, I got to move it on King Finn, but two of their students are not coming home ever again, and from, with so many other ones, because there's this young boy. I should have brought the clip up, but he's describing how he ducked in between the pews and one of his friends jumped on his back and his friend got shot in the back. To see a young kid like that describing, I mean, basically something that you would normally hear from a combat veteran, talking about how he ducked and the friend ducked and the friend got shot in the back. Like, to hear a little kid describe that was horrible.
Hey man, tell Maga reacts. We ain't trying to hear his old stories from Egypt, because how does he remember? Didn't he say he immigrated here when he was a young kid?
Yeah, he did say that.
Tell him he can twist it and press it another night.
All right, King. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you. Moving on with the program real quick. Somebody said something in the comments I wanted to. They took guns out of schools in the mid-'90s. They took guns out of schools? There was no guns in schools in the mid. What are you talking about? What year? Columbine was, I think, 99, by the way. That happened in 1999. What race was responsible for the gangs? Depends on how far you want to go up. And it depends on what your definition of a gang is, because when you think about the Crips and Bloods and all of the gangs that are African-American based, it ain't a lot of difference between those and the Italian mafia. So in some cases, the mafia is a little bit more organized, and because the mafia is white, they were able to infiltrate government positions a little bit better. I mean, such as police and stuff like that. But a gang is a gang. It's a bunch of people that work together to serve their criminal element. So, I mean, so when you say what race was the gangs, depends on what your definition of a gang is. We just don't call them mafia gangs, but that's really all they are. And they work directly with the gangs, drug trade and all that. It's all tied in together. So depends on what you want to call it. They went back to Sicily. I don't know about that one. I don't think that would have happened. We don't want to hear your old stories from Egypt talking about we was gangs and we was, oh my God, we was Hebrew. Continue. Sometimes a gang can be a country. Sometimes a gang can be a country. Yeah, I know where you're getting at. You know, the boys in blue. Many folks, the police department in many cities act just like a gang. I mean, they just have to happen to have a law behind them. The police department, you know, a lot of things they do where they can seize stuff and use it for personal value, how they treat people. I mean, the police department in a lot of big cities operate just like gangs. They don't snitch on each other, and if you do, you face retaliation. Whole lot of similarities between police and gangs. And then and when it comes to correctional officers, it's even closer. When you talk about correctional officers that are serving behind the wall with prisoners, their mentality is even closer to gangs. I mean, it's real similar to how gangs operate. There's a huge difference between the Bloods and Crips and the Italian Mafia. You cannot just get into the Mafia, bro. At the lower levels, you can. You're not going to be a, you know, what they call it, a capper, whatever it's called. You're not going to be in the upper ranks. You're not going to be a made man. But if you're just doing jobs, yeah, you can get quite a bit of standing. You just won't be a made man. So, I mean, you can get to the point where they respect you, they protect you. You're working for them and making money. Yeah, you can get in. Anybody, as long as you're willing to put in that work and be loyal, you can get in just at the lower levels. I mean, like, for instance, if you're a black guy, you're not going to ever become a made man. You're never going to become a made man, but you could do a whole lot of business with them. You get a whole lot of protection from them and do a lot of work with them. So essentially, he's with us type deal. You'll be like a Sammy Davis Jr. hanging with the Rat Pack. He don't have to come in the back door. He's kind of with us. I mean, you're in with him. You're in with him. And if somebody in the hood fucks with you and you go talk to them, they'll come out and take care of that problem. The mob has a lot of associates. Exactly. So the idea that anybody can't get in the mob, that's not true. You can't get in at the upper levels, but you can certainly get in and start doing business with them. To put in work, and you're a stand-up guy, you ain't gonna snitch, the same shit you would do as a gangbanger. As long as you meet that criteria, you earn your way to the top, you're willing to put in work and shit like that, you can get in there. You just consider it as an associate. Simple as that. And it's the same thing if you're talking about the Crips and Bloods, you're not going to reach the top levels of that shit without putting in some serious work and earning your way up. I mean, you ain't going to just walk up to the Crips and Bloods and have any rank either. Lord, even bike clubs don't involve innocence. That's the difference, Keanu. All right. If you're not a made man, you are not in the mafia. To me, saying somebody is not in the mafia before Trump is like saying a green card holder is not a U.S. citizen. Now, under Trump, there is a colossal difference between a green card holder and a U.S. citizen. But under all the other presidents, if you got a green card in America, that was essentially the gold standard. And you couldn't vote. You know, you might not be, I don't know if you could join the police department or not, but you, for the most part, could pursue the American dream and do all of the same shit as a made man, which is a U.S. citizen. It's the same thing in the mafia. You're not a made man because you're not Sicilian, but you're just like a green card holder. You can pretty much live the mafia dream. You can, if they're going to work with you, you can go in and, what do you want to call it? Shake down businesses and shit like that. You can sling product. I mean, you're in. You're basically in. You're just not a made man, but you're in. If somebody's fucking with you, which means if I am doing business with the mafia, I'm moving product and I'm giving them their cut and all of that. If somebody fucks with me and I go tell whoever I'm giving my cut to, look, I'm having problems out of this person or this cop is sweating me, they're going to do something to make sure that money keeps coming in. They're going to look out for me. Do I have to be a made man to acknowledge that I'm benefiting greatly by working with? I mean, they looking out for me. So you don't need to be a made man. You're still in there. You have to, okay, so what's that? You have to take an oath. Yeah, you're talking about being in the upper levels, but like I said, you're benefiting greatly just by running with them. You're allowed to move product. They're going to protect you because they want the cut you're giving them every week, so they're not going to let nobody fuck with you. You're doing quite well without ever being a made man. That's the point I'm making. Real quick, continue on. People freely speaking since when? Every time someone uses free speech against Trump, he sues them. That's a great point. You're talking about from earlier, but that is true. You know, the right talks about we want to have people that are free to speak and without the liberal censorship and the snowflakes. But yeah, the right is not favorable to people criticizing Trump at all. Everybody, and I say this on the left and the right, everybody is for free speech until you say some shit they don't want to hear. And then they're not for free speech. Trump is banning books, banning whole media networks and shit. I mean, he's not for free. Trump is not a free speech president whatsoever. He is not a free speech president. I mean, he's fine with Fox News, but he criticizes MSNBC and CNN every day. When Fox News does the exact same thing he claims CNN and MSNBC does. They just do it for his side. He's totally okay. Fox News has been caught lying about shit. Fox News makes up stories about liberals all the time just to make the right look better. If you're watching Fox News as opposed to getting lies from fake news CNN, you're not getting real news from Fox News. You're getting the same fake shit. It just happens to have a conservative spin to it. Fox is not anywhere, and Trump calls in Fox. A lot of Fox personalities he's taken, and they now work for the Trump administration, or they used to work for Trump and now they work for Fox. Fox News is probably the closest thing in America we've gotten so far to state TV, where they just gonna, basically cheerlead for President Trump no matter what he does. It's as close as you can get to state TV right now. Fox News is. Who watches Fox? We are watching you, and it's worse than CNN. Appreciate the input there. That's kind of funny, Chris. Look, I appreciate the support. You can certainly feel free to throw your criticisms out there. I like that. But no, I mean, a lot of people watch Fox News. I tell you, I do. I personally watch Fox News myself a lot. And, look, I've been watching Fox News for a long time, but at the end of the day, I'm willing to admit I can see. Listen, I've been watching Fox News so long. I know stuff that they're favoring or they're protecting from Trump that they used to criticize Obama doing, or they weren't big fans when Bush did. I've been watching Fox News for 20-some years, and I'm looking at them do stuff. I mean, I remember them saying that Obama was going to be a dictator and have a third term. Now Trump is actually selling hats and shit, saying he wants a third term, and they suddenly are okay with it. They were all over Obama for that kind of stuff. So Fox News is state TV. As long as Trump is doing it, they are totally okay with it. So I want to make sure I'm trying to check something here. Apparently, TikTok did not like something one of my viewers said. So TikTok is down. I'm not going to start to show my other app, but Swag, I like what you read. I don't watch Fox News nor CNN, MSNBC, but I do look at both sites. So that's for information and look. Well, in my opinion, it doesn't matter where you're getting your news from. You're getting it from somewhere. You're getting it from, if you're not getting it from Fox, CNN, or any of the cable news networks, you're getting it from Breitbart, PragerU. You might be getting it from a left-wing site on YouTube. Wherever you're getting your news from, chances are you're getting biased news. Period. I try to see both sides of an issue, but I'm not going to pretend like I'm not biased on some damn issues. I'm not going to say something stupid like that. I'm biased on some issues. You guys know that. So it doesn't matter where you're getting your news. Avoiding CNN, avoiding Fox News, that doesn't mean you're avoiding biased news. Wherever you're getting your news, even if you're just picking up a book, the author is probably biased. Like PragerU type shit. That whole network is writing information, media, all of the stuff that PragerU creates, the books and all of that. It all leans right. That is a biased source of information, PragerU. So it doesn't matter where you're getting your news from. You're getting biased shit. And you don't have to watch mainstream media to do that. Trump is not mainstream media. Trump has, what is it called? Truth Social. That's a media outlet. He has millions of people that watch that, follow that, comment on that. That is media. That is no different than CNN or MSNBC. He has his own media outlet. That media outlet is more biased than anything on cable news. Truth Social, that is 100% biased. So is X. That's a media outlet. A lot of people get their news from X. 100% biased. So you don't have to get your media from the cable news networks. Wherever you're getting it from is probably biased. Doesn't matter. But you're not going to hear anything negative whatsoever from the creators at Truth Social. It's all going to be positive for Trump. Even when he's doing something clearly wrong, they're going to give it a positive spin. Incredibly biased. But that is a media outlet. Black Lives Matter bought a bunch of nice mansions. Black Lives Matter didn't buy a bunch of nice mansions. A couple people who founded Black Lives Matter bought some mansions. That's it. That's it. That would be like if Christy Nome or Kennedy went out and misappropriated some U.S. tax dollar money and bought some really nice mansions. And people say, well, MAGA bought some mansions. No, it's just a couple of motherfuckers who identify as MAGA. Black Lives Matter didn't buy any mansions. I've been to a couple Black Lives Matter rallies. The ones I went to, they were not rioting, but nobody talked about collecting money. Nobody talked about fascism. In fact, the chief of police was there and he talked about banning chokeholds and he took a knee with the Black Lives Matter protesters. All of the stuff that the right accuses BLM of, none of that shit is discussed at 99% of BLM gatherings. Nobody's collecting money to buy mansions and talking about fascism and communism. That stuff doesn't even come up at a BLM rally. That just happened to be the people who founded BLM, and they took advantage of money that was being poured in for their own corrupt purposes. That's it. That's it. The average BLM protester it has not received a penny from any of that shit. They got nothing to do with it. Yeah, TikTok went down. Somebody asked that, and I'm not going to start it this late in the game. Refreshing to see someone on here who actually informs themselves. Thank you. Appreciate that. I think you're talking about me. An untouched constitution means guaranteed rights. Removing any right opens up the door to removal of all rights. I like that. Rights will be removed based off the preference and whim. That is true. And I had somebody ask me that earlier today. They asked me I was in a MAGA live, and they asked me, do you think Trump has done anything unconstitutional? And while I stated, I think he's came close to trying to skirt it. The only thing I can say for absolute certain that Trump did or tried to do that was unconstitutional, and fortunately, he was stopped from doing it, was trying to get Mike Pence to not certify the election. That was 100% unconstitutional because we're 5 years out and there still has not been any proof that President Trump had a legitimate reason to stop Mike Pence from certifying that election. And Chris Christie even stated, because all of them were in good standing with Trump and they were all in contact. Chris Christie stated that Mike Pence actually tried to do it, was going to do what Trump asked, and his lawyers told him, Mike Pence's personal lawyers told him, if you do what Trump is asking you to do, you're going to be dealing with legal cases for the rest of your life. And that is the reason why he didn't do it. But he actually was going to do what President Trump was telling him to do, which was not certify the election. Fortunately, Mike Pence didn't do that. I mean, obviously, Trump supporters destroyed the career of Mike Pence, but at the same time, he won't go down in history as somebody who tried to steal an election. He will never. Trump is going to go down in history as somebody doing that. Because now that he's in power, and he has a whole lot of power at this point, he has control of Congress, he has control of the Senate, he has control of the executive branch. He ain't even making an effort whatsoever to prove that the election was stolen. He's still going around and saying it. He ain't presenting any proof that the election was stolen. Now, I get that there are things that look suspicious. Well, where did the 20 million votes go? Or I went to bed and he was up and I woke up and he was losing. Looking suspicious does not give you the right to just jump up and say, I won by a landslide. If your door is left open when you get home, you find out your door's wide open, and some dude is walking down the street, that don't give you the right to accuse him of breaking in your house. That's what Trump is saying. Well, something looks suspicious, so that means it must have been stolen from me. And then he blamed Biden for doing it. He don't have any proof at all of any of that stuff. Absolutely no proof. By the way, Trump essentially came up with every single way a person could cheat in an election and said all of that has happened. They're stuffing mailboxes, the polling places are cheating by closing windows, illegal immigrants are voting, dead people. I mean, he literally came up with every single way you could cheat in an election and claimed it was happening and provided no proof of most of those different methods. Zero proof of that stuff. Ballots are being found in rivers. I mean, he just came up with every way you could cheat, like literally just threw a bunch of spaghetti at the wall and told Attorney General Barr, go find some of this shit, whatever you can make stick. No proof at all of all of that stuff. So fortunately for Mike Pence, he did not take the word of Trump and just do that, because Trump just made up a whole bunch of lies, fabricated. I mean, if you're going to claim dead people have voted, then give us some names. I mean, if you're going to claim illegal immigrants voted, provide some names. Did you make any arrests? If you know illegal immigrants voted, what did you do about it? It sounded like the whole Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs. Okay, well, if you know they're doing it, what did you do? Did you go to Springfield and do anything about it? When there is no follow-up, that's your perfect clarity that is made up. Okay, you claim all this bad stuff is happening. What did you do about it? Nothing, because it didn't happen. And that's where the issue is. Dominion voting machines, switching votes from Trump to Biden. Not only did that turn out to be false, they sued and won a bunch of money from Fox News and recently Newsmax. Now, Trump, with his immunity, was able to get away with making up that lie and not pay anything. But unfortunately, state TV, Fox News, who had absolutely no reason whatsoever to echo Trump's claims that Dominion was switching votes from Trump to Biden. They had no reason at Fox News to say that. No reason. They just literally took Trump's claim and ran with it and put it on. They deserved every bit of that lawsuit. So did Newsmax. Trump just said it and they just ran with it. Fox News obviously had to go to court and they had no proof at all of what they were saying. Their only issue, but Trump said it, so we just ran with it. That's the whole January 6th crowd. Wasn't based on anything, but we're here stopping the steal because Trump said it's being stolen. If you had to grab a member of the January 6th crowd and said, give me what's actually happening for why you said the election is stolen, they would have no proof of that stuff. They just took the word of Trump and ran with it. And many of them paid a lot, paid a heavy price, incarceration, lost jobs, lost money in legal fees. Many of them paid a huge price for that. And there's a whole bunch of people. Mike Lindell is another one. The MyPillow guy paid a huge price, just took Trump's word and ran with it. Rudolph Giuliani is a lot of people just took his word, ran with it, and paid a huge price. 4 million illegal votes. Okay, if there were 4 million people who voted illegally, now Trump was president for 2 more months after the election ended. What did he do with any of those people? Where are all of the arrests? If you can prove all of these illegal people voted, they didn't leave the country yet. Where's the follow-up? 4 million of them? There should be a bunch of people who got arrested. It's a felony to vote illegally. Where's the follow-up? If you're claiming all these people committed voter fraud, no arrest at all? How many people went to prison for voter fraud? There's a decent penalty. That's a felony to do that. He was president for 2 more months after the election. Give me some people who served time for it. If there is no arrest for all of this stuff you're claiming, then that should show you this stuff didn't happen. We just caught all of these people who ruined the election and stole this shit and decided we're not going to do anything about any of this stuff. It's because it didn't happen. How are you going to prosecute 4 million people? The same way you're going to deport them. If you can deport millions of people, which means they've all been in the hands of the system at some point, they've all been detained at least for a short period of time at some point. If you can do it on a deportation scale, you can do it on detaining them for voter fraud. And if you don't get 4 million, you should at least have some. If you got 4 million people that you're claiming that were illegal immigrants and they all voted, some of them folks, there's no excuse for why at least hundreds of them didn't get penalized, punished, arrested, or something. There's just no excuse for that. At some point, you got to open your eyes and say something doesn't look right in these claims. Now, all of these dead people voted, all of these illegal immigrants, and nobody at all, you just decided not to pursue charges against anybody. Is it that easy to get you to believe what he says? How can you say this? I mean, how can you say, but this is why we are I don't know what you're saying, anti-something. I don't know what you're saying there. Take your own advice. I don't know what you mean by that either. Trump 2016, Trump 2020, Trump 2024, do the math. Well, Trump 2020 lied. So part of that math is improper. And by the way, to me, here's the biggest example, I believe, of why Trump didn't win the 2020 election. And I have yet to have any MAGA explain this to me with any reasonable answer. Why is there not a single Republican governor? Take the liberals out of the picture. Not one Republican governor that says Trump won the 2020 election. Not one Republican senator that says Trump won the 2020 election. Maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene, but really not really any Republican Congress people. I think Santos, the one that's in prison now, he might have said Trump won the 2020 election. But for the most part, all of the Republican congressmen and women in 2020 did not say Trump won the 2020 election. Is there anyone that was actually on his administration in 2020 that say he won the 2020 election? The Ambassador Boltons, the Scaramucci's, the Ben Carsons. Is there anyone on his administration, Mike Pence? None of these people, all part of his party, many of them would have gotten a second term and furthered their careers. None of them are saying he won the 2020 election. So the whole Republican Party is lying for some reason, and Trump is the only one telling the truth. That's where the cult stuff starts coming in. All of the judges are wrong that ruled against him. Everybody is fucking wrong except Trump. Trump is the only right person in a sea of Republican wrongness. I'm not talking about liberals. We're talking about Republicans. Talking about Republicans. Probably over 99% of the national Republicans during that time is saying he lost. But yet he's right and they're all wrong. Can anybody provide any legitimate claim for why that is, why all these Republicans are saying he lost? I'd like to know. All those judges are kissing his feet now. Okay. But that doesn't explain why they all said he lost. And I don't think they're all kissing his feet either, by the way. You just got done saying VP at the time didn't want to sign. What? The vice president wanted to not certify the election. The vice president, Mike Pence, wanted to do what Trump said. He just happened to be smart enough to ask his lawyers, can I actually do this? And they told him, if you do what this guy is asking you to do, you're going to be dealing with legal cases for the rest of your life. He clearly wanted to do what Trump said, which is don't certify the election. He was going to do it. He just was smart enough, considering he's a longtime politician, to ask his lawyers, like, is this shit cool? And they told him, no, it ain't cool. He didn't do it. So, like I said, I don't know any Republican politician that was in office at the national level during the 2020 election that claims Trump won. That requires a lot of explaining to do. Why all of these Republicans who wanted you to win are saying you lost. There is no legitimate answer coming from MAGA on that at all. Not that many of them. If it was one, you might say, well, this guy had it in for Trump, like Lindsey Graham or something. But the whole fucking party, all of them say he lost. There is no legitimate answer for why all of the Republican Party combined would say he lost when they actually voted for him and campaigned for him and everything. None of them said he won. Try explaining that. Trump finally said, Trump did finally say he lost as well. He said he lost, and then he's went back and forth on it. I think the reason Trump did eventually say he lost, but he's come back around. Now you see him on TV all the time saying he won. I think some of that has to do with liability. I don't know. I mean, even though he has immunity, but I mean, if he comes out and admits he lost, then he is kind of admitting what happened on January 6th was all for naught. People lost a lot. Even though he pardoned people, people lost a lot of stuff that they cannot get back. He pardoned them. He didn't give them money. So people lost their homes because, I mean, when you're incarcerated, you start losing shit. Probably hurt relationships because, you know, a lot of people, their face was all over TV, so their families and shit started getting away from. I mean, he cost people a lot by saying he won that 2020 election. People bet that, you know, what do they call it, bought the farm. People lost a lot believing him on that. People served time in prison. Can you imagine how much money was lost? People spent on legal fees and stuff trying to avoid prison. He cost people a ton of money. I always bring up Mike Lindell, the My Pillow guy. That guy lost millions of dollars believing Trump won that election. Millions of dollars was lost by that guy. My guess is he still hasn't recovered because his business is nowhere near the level of what it was before claiming Trump won the 2020 election. I mean, I'm sure he still got money, but he ain't nowhere near, the business he's operating is nowhere near as favorable once he got involved with Trump. Fact is, if you own a business, you should stay the fuck away from politics. Once you get into politics, you split your supporters in half. So you're going to lose people. He should have never got involved in that. But he did, and he paid a huge price for doing so. Isn't it strange that every person that does exactly what Trump wants ends up in jail? I don't know about all of them. I do believe there's a whole lot of people that ride Trump and they end up losing a lot. I mean, Rudolph Giuliani obviously didn't go to jail, but he lost a lot. Lost as old as he was, I don't think he was going to practice law anymore, but, you know, he had endorsements like LifeLock and stuff like that. He lost a lot. I mean, he lost a lot of money. He lost a lot of shit to Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss. They got paid. You know, unlike Trump's lawsuits where he was able to finagle the court so he didn't have to pay Letitia James and shit like that. The people that got sued on behalf of what Trump was saying, the people did have to pay. Like I said, Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, they ended up getting paid by Ruby Freeman. By Rudolph Giuliani. They received money. Who else got some money? Obviously, Fox News ended up having to pay Dominion voting machines. That was actually paid. Newsmax had to pay Dominion voting machines another $67 million. That was actually paid out. Mike Lindell did I know my MAGA folks have seen this. He sought out to prove that Trump had won the 2020 election, and he had like a social media page you could go to, and he was going to show you. And he stated publicly that if you can prove what I'm saying is wrong, I'll give you $5 million. He ended up having to pay that $5 million to one of his own engineers. One of his own engineers showed that what Mike Lindell was presenting was incorrect. Mike Lindell did not want to pay the $5 million to one of his own engineers. That engineer sued him and won. So Mike Lindell, the My Pillow guy, in addition to all the business and shit he lost because companies dropped him and shit, for a time he was bankrupt and couldn't even pay Fox News for the advertisements or Mike Pillow on his channel. He lost a lot of money fucking with Trump. The My Pillow guy, he lost a lot of money. So, you know, these people, like, I don't know about going to jail when you fuck with Trump, but a lot of people have lost a lot messing with him. And then in addition to getting in trouble because the liberals or whatever come after you when you side with Trump, sometimes Trump comes after you when you side with Trump. Maybe you're totally MAGA, but you just disagree with something he did here or there. Elon Musk type shit. Elon Musk has lost a lot of money dealing with Trump. Now, Elon Musk has infinite wealth, so it ain't no big deal to Elon, but he has lost a lot of money fucking with Trump. Tesla may never go back to what Tesla was like before Trump came along. Tesla was a status symbol for wealthy progressives. Now wealthy progressives won't fuck with that car. And because Elon fell out of favor with Trump, MAGA ain't buying the damn car either. And because he's also been on TV saying a bunch of perceived shit that's racist, according to a lot of other countries, many of them countries ain't fucking with Tesla either. After he threw up the Roman salute, that type of shit, my heart goes out to you. Germany and all them other countries started saying, we're not buying your cars. He lost a ton of that business. Now, like I said, Elon Musk is going to be fine no matter what. But think about all the people who work for and invest in Tesla. All of them people lost a ton of money that they're not going to get back because their CEO decided to get involved in politics. People have lost. I mean, I'm sure there were people who had bet the farm on Tesla, the stock, all of this shit. People lost a killing because of what he did. So the fact is, getting involved with Trump temporarily is usually very, very rewarding. And if you can get in, get what you want, and get out, you can do very well hanging around Trump. But trying to hang around him for the long term is where you start encountering problems. Get in, say some positive shit about him, and get out. And you can probably do all right. I mean, like the Lil Wayne got in, said something positive, got a fucking felon, you know, pardon from being a felon, got out. Now he's not fucking with him anymore. Got what he wanted, got out. Get in, get what you want to get out of Trump and get out. Get in, kiss his ass, give him a few compliments so that he'll do something you like and then get out. That's probably the best way to handle it. But riding with him, eventually either a lot of citizens in the country are going to cancel you, or you're going to end up bumping heads with Trump and he is going to cancel you. Eventually it ain't going to go well. That's the problem. So get in, get what you want, and get out. That's what I would suggest to anybody dealing with Trump. Don't try to make it long term, make it temporary. I see somebody said, he said Tulsi Gabbard didn't. Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard with the Iranian invasion, if Tulsi Gabbard had started pushing back, he would have, that would have been the end of her. These people do not have tolerance for dissent. Trump will throw you under the bus real quick. Get in, get what you want, and get out. Just thinking about how many people, since Trump has been on the scene for 10 years, how many people were in good standing with Trump, and now he views them as garbage. The list is endless, from generals to politicians to senators to congresswomen and men. The list is endless. Get in, get what you want to get, and get out. Having a falling out with President Trump is almost predictable if you hang around him for long enough. It's almost predictable. So get in, get what you want, and get out. Trump has forgotten the government is by the people, for the people, and that's, well, yeah, but Trump has no reason to pay attention, because the notion is the government works for us. We don't work for the government. He has no reason to honor that. The people make it look like they are. I mean, people calling him daddy. I mean, you got motherfucking Trump supporters are actually calling him daddy. Why would he think that he is working for the people when people are bowing down all over the place? People are actually calling him daddy. I mean, you see him in the Oval Office, people are literally lined up to give him compliments and gifts. Why would he consider himself as working for the people? Shit, y'all bitch ass works for me. I mean, I can understand him being very narcissistic and, another word I'm looking for, but I can understand him being that way at this point. Everybody's treating me like I'm the shit. So, I mean, I can just simply threaten somebody and they start, if I threaten to sue a law firm, they just make settlements and hand me money. If I threaten to sue a college, they do what I want. I can understand how he's acting and feeling that way. You should be feeling like you're damn near God. Ain't nobody fucking with you. So the man is on top. That's why I said Trump is winning. He is winning so much when you say you're going to get tired of winning. He is doing that. But MAGA thinks they are doing it. No, you're not getting generational wealth from Trump's term. He is. Getting court cases and getting out of it. He is. You're not winning any of that shit. To me, when MAGA says we're winning, it's akin to a sports fan watching their team win the Super Bowl and saying, last year we won it all. You didn't win shit. The team you won. You didn't. You got up the next day after the Super Bowl and went to work again. You didn't get any of your rent discounted. You didn't get any extra groceries. You didn't get shit out of it. But because it's the team you like, they won and you feel like you won. That's, I believe, how it should be viewed when MAGA says we're winning. You're not winning anything. You're still paying the same as much for groceries as the liberals are. I mean, your gas costs just as much as the liberals do. Many of you are hurting financially just like the average Democrat. You're not winning anything. I mean, some Democrats are doing good, some are not. Some conservatives are doing good, some are not. But there are plenty of conservatives that work for the federal government that got fired by Trump. Go to some of the town halls. Look at what all those conservatives are saying about losing their farms and shit. Does that look like winning to you? All these motherfuckers that are actual Trump supporters showing up and complaining about how bad things are. Do you see that as winning? They're not winning. All of the folks that are talking about they're losing a ton of money in the tourism industry, you see them as winning? I think you got an interesting definition of what winning is. I see somebody in the comments says groceries are down. Maybe in your area, groceries overall in America are not down. They're not. They're not down like that. And if they are, and if you are saying they're down, by what percentage? If you had to pay $300 to feed a family under Biden, how much you paying for that same amount of groceries under Trump? When you say they're down, I'd like to know that. Because groceries are not down of anything significant. Maybe if you live in a certain part of the country, maybe you're seeing, here's my opinion. I think that if you favor Trump, you want to see the light at the end of the tunnel so much that you're going to squint for any glimmer. So if groceries come down even a little bit, maybe in one area they're down, you can buy bread and poultry for cheaper, but beef is way up. You want what Trump said to be coming true so much that you're only going to pay attention to what's good and totally ignore the bad. The 2020 election is a perfect example. What happened to the 20 million votes? Or you can see the good, but the fake electors, find me 11,000. You're ignoring all the bad shit he did because you want so bad for him to win the election. So anything that looks kind of suspicious, I'm running with that. But all the evidence where he was clearly trying to cheat, I'm going to ignore all of that stuff. You want to see the good. You really want to see it. All right. I don't know how I'm fear monitoring, but somebody said I am. 3%. Wow, they are. I don't know where groceries are coming down. I haven't even heard the Trump administration bragging about gas prices are somewhat stable. Gas prices aren't that bad, but I'm not aware of where grocery prices and beef and poultry and all this stuff is getting cheaper. The bird flu has been, the bird flu is under control, so the price of eggs ain't skyrocketed like it was under Biden, but price of milk and cereal and candy bars and shit like that, I'm not aware that stuff is way cheaper under Trump. I mean, if it's cheaper under Trump, it must be very minimal. I'm just not aware of what you guys are talking about. That's why Gangsta Grandma goes off when she comes on. Gangsta Grandma go off, period. I can say hi to get there are times I've made Gangsta Grandma the first caller on the program and she snapped like, we ain't even talking about them yet. Gangsta Grandma just goes off. There's no way to stop that. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. 3% from a 0.0079 of the population, and that's an excuse. I don't know. But like I said, grocery prices are not going down under Trump like that. In fact, Walmart has announced they got to raise prices because of tariffs. Home Depot, which is a Trump supporter, has announced they have to raise prices. I don't know where prices are going down. I don't know where people are getting that from, that prices of groceries are going down. Somebody said, I thought the price of eggs was down by 400%. Trump says wild shit like that. He said that gas is costing $1.98 a gallon. Look, if I just simply started writing down off the top of my head how many things I know personally that Trump said from memory that are not true, like wild exaggerations, I would probably be writing till sunup. Just off the top of my head, I can think of all kinds of stuff. I know more about COVID than anybody. I know more about the war on the ground than the generals. I mean, just wild exaggerations of stuff that's not true. So when he says the price of gas is $1.98 a gallon, you know, despite us talking about how Biden's cognitive health was in decline, and it does appear as if that was true, but Trump kind of comes across like your, I don't want to say decrepit, but you know, like your old, like your old senile grandpa or uncle that just tells the same story over and over again, or just gives exaggerations so wild that you don't even take him seriously. You know, Al Bundy, I scored 4 touchdowns in a single football game. You don't even take it seriously. I mean, Trump does that all the time. Trump gives examples that even people who support Trump I like him, but I know that ain't true. He gives wild exaggerations like that. But because we favor Trump as opposed to, let's say, Joe Biden, which we would have, now the liberals was letting Biden get away with, you know, falling and shit like that. And I'm one too, because I thought he was in better health than he is. But the June 27 debate showed Biden was fucked up. But the right, on the other hand, which held Biden accountable for his, you know, cognitive decline and acting senile and shit like that, they get Trump a total pass for it. Trump is doing stuff like that, repeating stuff that don't make any sense. Like, for instance, you know, I remember a few years ago when he was claiming that he was thanking the Civil War soldiers for fighting to defend airports. Now, obviously, the Civil War was about 100 years before the invention of the airplane. So why would Civil War soldiers be fighting to defend airports? He says wild shit like that. And because folks like him, they excuse him for saying crazy stuff like that when they would go all out, attacking somebody like Biden for saying it. He does say wild shit like that. Somebody say because he's a time traveler. Wow. Trump is doing 2-hour questions almost, 2-hour questions seen almost daily. That is true. And he deserves a lot of credit for being able to stand in front of the cameras with that kind of stamina. But in my opinion, if you're saying crazy shit, maybe your handler should tell you to reduce some of the time. That's what Biden started saying. I need some sleep and I need to be. I mean, look, I appreciate Trump being transparent. Not only does it gives us some insight to the presidency. For content creators like me, it gives us a lot to talk about. But if you're going before the cameras and you're saying a lot of shit that people know is not true when you're saying it, that ain't exactly a win. I would tell him, if I'm his handler, limit that shit to about a half hour, or don't answer questions about this or about that. Don't even answer questions about that, because it's going to take you down a path of you going to say something I know is not true. I mean, that's why, like, when he went to debate, Chris Christie and Kellyanne Conway and Giuliani were the ones that trained him for that debate, one of his debates with Biden. And Chris Christie said that they were trying to stop him from going in areas where they knew if this is brought up, it's going to be a trigger and he's going to just talking about all kinds of shit. Or if this is brought up, he's going to bring up numbers that we know is not true, because he's using them in the debate preps. We're sitting here debating with him, preparing him for debating with Biden, and his answers, we already know this stuff is not true that he's giving us. So we're trying to train him in the debate to not even go down these different roads, because he has these talking points that are just not fucking true. So they were trying, and of course he went out there and ended up having Biden say, "Won't you shut up, man," because he was talking. And Chris Christie later stated, we didn't tell him to do that. He got out there and the moderator asked him one of those trigger questions, and boom, he couldn't stop talking. So, your number aren't true. What does it say? Your number aren't true. You are giving us. I don't know what you mean by that. Wild exaggerations like pharmaceutical drugs will go down by 1,500%, which is a mathematical impossibility. Yeah, that type of stuff. I'm gonna end the war in 24 hours based on nothing. I mean, he does give wild exaggerations. COVID's going to be gone by April based on nothing. He does give wild exaggerations. So when he's good in terms of speaking to the media. But when he's bad, he's really bad. And he ends up having historical quotes that you can use to bash him over the head with for a while if you're on the left. When he's bad, he says a bunch of bad stuff. So, like I said, I would favor him speaking for 2 hours or more. I like the stamina that a man that age can have that. But if you're saying crazy stuff that's not helping you, standing up there for 2 hours is great, but this isn't helping you if you're lying and people know you're lying about it. Like, talking about the 2020 election is one. If I'm a handler, at this point, sir, this does your presidency no good whatsoever. Bringing up and claiming that you won the 2020 election, there's never going to be any proof. Obviously, Biden has served a complete term, so it's not like they're going to overturn it. There is no benefit in 2025, sir, for you to keep bringing up the 2025 election. No benefit whatsoever. In fact, a large portion of the country, if not the world, don't even believe you. So why keep bringing it up? For the most part, only a percentage of MAGA believes that. And I say a percentage because a lot of MAGA don't even believe he won the 2020 election. So it makes no sense to still be bringing that up 5 years later. So if you're going to stand in front of the cameras for 2 hours, you're going to spend 10, 15 minutes talking about the 2020 election. That's 10, 15 minutes that doesn't work in your best interest. And he does that about a lot of shit. You just said no Trump supporter would argue about him. Again, you are wrong. I don't think any well-established, well-known Trump supporter is going to argue in dissent on Trump's opinions and remain MAGA. If you start speaking critical of Trump's policies or something you don't like about him, and people know you, Candace Owens types, they're going to start saying you're a rhino and you're not MAGA. It's just as simple as that. The minute you start criticizing Trump, Ron DeSantis, when he was running for office, started slow. It's almost like, you ever see the movie Back to the Future when Michael J. Fox's photo, he was starting to disappear from the fucking picture? That's what happens to you as a Trump supporter if you start criticizing Trump. You start disappearing from the fucking picture. And if Trump says something ill of you, it just accelerates. But when you are MAGA and you start speaking ill of Trump, you start disappearing from the picture. Trump is alternative. Trump is an entertainer. That's true. People love to be entertained and absorb all of his lies. There's validity in that. Trump is really good at entertaining. In fact, he is probably the best political salesman we've ever had. He's a really good salesman. He could sell ice to Eskimos. Look, I've been to a couple Trump rallies. I know what it feels like to have that man talk directly at you. Now, I can't remember. I think it was the John Deere tariffs he was promising or something. And I'm like maybe 4 or 5 rows back. And, first of all, I'm black. That's going to make me stand out at a Trump rally. But I'm also 6'6" and 300 pounds. He said something that I liked, and I stood up and applauded, and it caught his attention immediately. He pointed at me and winked. I felt that shit, and I'm not a Trump supporter. So I know the guy is very charming and able to speak to people. I can only imagine being in a room with him and he's complimenting every damn thing he's good at selling. He is good at selling. So people do fall for his lies because he is really good at doing it. I don't know where that came from, but he's probably the best in terms of selling himself as a politician. He could sell you everything, knowing that everything he gave you is ineffective and not true, and get you to buy it all. He is really good at that. Remember when he said the Declaration of Independence is about love and unity? Yeah, some of the stuff he be talking about as a president, he don't even know, and you can tell he doesn't know by asking him a simple question. Like he was talking about the Bible, and somebody asked him, "What's your favorite verse?" And I like them all, or something he said. People know what that means. That means you ain't read the fucking Bible. And yet, evangelicals love him. Could sell ice to Eskimos. He is really good. He is really good. This dude is still on the Democrat plantation. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what it means to be on the Democrat plantation because the Democrat Party is incredibly diverse. The Republican Party is exactly the opposite. So the plantation has all of these people on it that look like me. And the party that thinks I'm DEI and don't deserve affirmative action and wants to get rid of Juneteenth, that's where I should be. That's the party that likes me. The party that thinks it's cool to go back to naming shit after Confederates, that's the party that loves me. The party that thinks the Confederacy was about racism, that party hates me. I don't know what the Democratic plantation is, but I do look at it this way. It's a case of don't believe your lying eyes. The party that gave us the first black president That's the racist party. The party that tried to give us the first black female president. That's the racist party. The party that's talking about taking down Confederate statues and monuments, suggesting it's racist, and tried to give us the George Floyd. But that's the racist party. The party that thinks George Floyd died of COVID favors Confederate statues and monuments, does not like affirmative action, Juneteenth, and claims that most blacks that are successful are DEI. That's the party that loves blacks. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So if that's being on the Democratic plantation, I'll leave it at that. Just like you said all last so far, Trump said he didn't want to say his favorite verse because people would try to pick it apart. So he said, so he said nothing. I don't think that helped his case. Well, in a way, when Trump was asked for his favorite Bible verse, he didn't say that at the time. You're saying that I'm lying because Trump did not say he didn't want to say his favorite verse because people would try to pick it apart. Well, Trump says a lot of stuff that does not sound good or make him look good. And then later on, he comes back and corrects it. And then you run with the correction. He didn't say any of that, what you're talking about when he was first asked. But after having time, well, just tell him you didn't want to say it because people would pick it apart. It's like a total and complete ban on all Muslims entering the country. Well, that sounds very racist. Well, just tell him you meant the terrorist nations like Syria and Yemen. Then he comes back with this correction, and MAGA just buys a correction. Well, he didn't say that in the beginning. Anybody can come back and correct themselves. After people don't told him, you need to correct what the hell you just said because it sounds terrible. I don't mind the TDS there. Somebody said Vlad said I got TDS. I don't mind that. Look, we voted for TDS. So if the president can have derangement syndrome, why can't I? I don't understand if the president can have derangement syndrome, why can't the citizens? If you give your definition of what derangement syndrome is, Trump has it. So I don't see what's wrong with the citizens having it. Trump has it. Whatever you want to say that people do for a reason why they have Trump derangement syndrome, Trump is doing that same thing for somebody else. I mean, he's still talking about Biden at every rip. He talks about Chicago at every rip. He has Chicago derangement syndrome. In my opinion, derangement syndrome must be okay to have. So I don't see any problem with it. You voted for it. There were enslaved people by the Ottoman Empire. What relevance does that have? I mean, on September 11th, which is coming up in a couple of weeks, do we bring up that there was terrorism in Egypt? While people are mourning folks who died in the World Trade Center, well, there was terrorism in Egypt too back in the 80s. I mean, what relevance does bringing up the Ottoman Empire have to do with it? I don't know why, for some reason, when we talk about African American history, we zoom out to all this other shit that's similar that happened everywhere else. But when we talk about everybody else's history, we zoom in and only focus on the actual topic at hand. Other than trying to dilute what happened to the African American community, I don't see any reason to do it. Okay, there was slavery everywhere. But that ain't what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the American slave trade. Why are you bringing up what happened in Egypt or what happened in the Ottoman Empire? That's not what we're discussing right now. It's like you're literally going into a U.S. history class and trying to convince your teacher to talk about world history. That's not this class. You want to take world history? Go take world history. We're talking about U.S. history here. Bringing up the Ottoman Empire. What the fuck? Okay. Only an idiot agrees with DEI. Then America was founded on a bunch of fucking idiots. It's going to tell you that. He said only an idiot believes in DEI. What is DEI? Didn't earn it. People getting positions based on their sexual orientation, their gender, or their skin color. You think that every single president until Barack Obama being white was just coincidence? You think every town mayor being white for generation after generation, all of the heads of the park district, the head of the bus department, the head of the police, all of these dudes being white for decade after decade after, you think that was all done by coincidence? America was founded on DEI. If you were a white male, that was enough to get you in a bunch of different categories and professions. It's a bunch of people. I mean, no matter what I did in the military, no matter how much training I had, no matter how many lives I saved, no matter how much equipment I knew how to operate, if I'm in the 1950s, I'm not going to become a general. No matter what my resume says, I'm going to lose out to a white man 100% of the time. That's DEI. Why is he getting the job when I may have the merit? We could talk about the Tuskegee Airmen, perfect example. You think that they weren't limited solely because they were black? That's DEI. There were plenty of white dudes getting jobs that they should have got. It's DEI. We were founded on fucking DEI. You realize how many white dudes took black inventions and shit and was able to get all kinds of stuff? It's only because they was white, even though the black men did all DEI. America was founded on DEI. That ain't nothing new. The only reason DEI became a problem is because it wasn't benefiting white dudes anymore. But when white dudes was benefiting from simply being white, nobody cared. And the overwhelming majority of American history, being a white male gave you an advantage over everybody else, regardless of what was on your resume. That ain't even worth debating. I think everybody knows that. You think just about every position of power in this country for about a couple hundred straight years was all maintained by white men by coincidence? No Hispanic or white women even were getting these jobs. The principals of the schools, all of this, everywhere you go, just a bunch of white dudes. You go in any town and look at all of the historic pictures of the mayors that served in this town. All of these dudes were white. Even towns where most of the people are black. You think there ain't no DEI involved in that anywhere, huh? So when you suggest that DEI is stupid, then I'm going to respond by saying America was founded on stupidity. Because that's what was happening. That's what was happening. It ain't got nothing to do with being a victim. Somebody said, no, you're a victim. I wasn't around during that time. But I know there were people being victimized. I don't know if it's one of those cases where I'm willing to talk about the problems that are happening now in modern America, but I would rather we not talk about the shit that happened in the past. I think that's kind of where we are. Because we can talk about black fatigue and shit like that. All these black folks running in the stores and stealing shit. Black folks refusing to cooperate with police. Black folks getting on cruise ships and acting a fool. We can talk about that, but the minute you start talking about anything of the past, well, shit, that's kind of the past. Let's not talk about that. Because if you focus on the past as well, you probably would get fatigue that does not relate to black people. So I'd rather we not talk about, let's just focus on now. I really like talking about now. I'd rather not discuss that. Because all of the same shit that you see these African Americans doing all over the place that's pissing people off, they weren't the first ones doing that stuff. That stuff was happening by other people too. Finding people dangling from trees and finding people's property burned down and churches bombed. You think you would have got some fatigue from that? Think that would have fatigued you any at all? Seeing some innocent kids going to church and all of a sudden somebody blowing the church up because they don't like the color of the kids. Would that have given you any fatigue? Or should we not talk about that? Let's focus on the black kids running in CVS stealing shit. Let's stick to modern times to make things feel a little bit better. Is that what we trying to do? Because all of that stuff is documented. How about the little kid trying to go to school and integrated school and full-grown adults are spitting on their face and calling her the N-word? Would you get any fatigue from that? Because you certainly would get it if you saw a few African Americans in modern time fucking with somebody on the subway. Same shit, just happened in a different era. Should we not talk about that? It's just to make the point that these Negroes are the ones that's acting up. Should we not pay attention to the past? That way we can focus on these Negroes. I mean, just let me know. Looking in the comments though. Somebody said, "Do stop talking for a minute and explain the definition of DEI." Well, the DEI was supposed to be diverse. What is it? Diversity, equity, and inclusion. So it's the effort to do just that: be diverse, focus on equity, and include everybody. Now, obviously, that would mean there's an opposite to being diverse, equitable, and inclusive. That's the shit that I'm talking about that was happening before. Most of America's history, we were not diverse, equitable, or inclusive. That's what your DEI. You want your definition? There you go. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Trying to make environments more diverse, more equitable to all, and more inclusive to all. And the only reason that came up is because we were not diverse, equitable, or inclusive for most of America's history. That's where it came out. That's what made it come up. DEI says didn't earn it. DT who carries, I don't care. Well, like I said, if you want to talk about didn't earn it, there's a reason why all of the positions of leadership in this country's history were by white males. They weren't earning that. They were preventing everybody else from being competitive. Whether it's you getting accepted to a prestigious university or college, none of that was earned. Even to this day, that shit often happens. Most of the folks who get accepted to Ivy League schools and shit like that, you're getting accepted because your mama donated some money to this fucking school. It ain't because you earned it. It's because you happen to be part of some kind of club or some shit. It ain't because you earned it. You getting accepted to all kinds of shit. People you play golf with, the country club you hang out with. It ain't because you earned your way in this motherfucker. It's because you happen to know somebody, maybe it's your skin color, maybe it's your wealth. You didn't earn this shit. That's happening everywhere. I don't know why all of a sudden when the minority suddenly got a kick, now it's a problem. People doing shit all over this country based on networking and shit that they didn't earn. That's the American way. It's a good chance many of you watching now probably got a job because you knew somebody that worked there or something like that. You didn't earn that. You just happened to know somebody that worked at the motherfucker. That's what didn't earn it is all about. Now all of a sudden they start doing it for minorities and it's a problem all of a sudden. All right. I don't know what somebody said because you're a Marxist. I have no clue what that has to do in terms of relevance whatsoever. If you want to call me a Marxist, shout out to you, but that has no relevance to what we're talking about. Tim, think he better than white people. Really? Shit, Mowgli, I don't know about that. I don't think so at all. I'm gonna make sure I didn't miss anything. Maybe I should take my white ass to bed. How about that? Respect for you, big brother, for putting up with the people you do. I like my folks. Like I said, even though we don't always agree, I'm MAGA friendly. I always have been MAGA friendly. I always will be MAGA friendly. If I'm not on my own social media page, I'm generally talking to MAGA. I enjoy speaking to them. Yeah, a lot of them throw me under the fucking bus and call me all kinds of names, but plenty of liberals do too. I got thick skin. I can handle it. It is what it is. He didn't say he wasn't a Marxist. I don't think many of you motherfuckers even know what a Marxist, socialist, communist, any of that stuff is. You just know it ain't a capitalist and you're using it to demonize the left. That's really all it amounts to. I mean, when Obama was in office, you guys called him every IST other than a capitalist. And now that he served for a full 8 years, looking back at that guy, he was nothing but a capitalist. There's nothing about Obama that makes him look like he wanted to be a communist, Marxist, every fascist. You guys are calling them all of those ISTs. I think most Americans don't even know what that shit is. They're just using it as demonization words. DEI is progressive or liberal, not socialist or communist. Okay, I'll just leave it at that. Timothy, I appreciate you for talking real today. Well, I don't go off like gangster grandma. I like to talk to people from a civilized fashion. And that's why I always say, if you enjoy this type of civilized conversation, follow the program if you're watching on the apps, TikTok or Clapper. And if you're watching on YouTube, give your boy a sub. You don't have to agree with me on shit. I don't have to agree with you on a damn thing, but we can get together and have free speech. As you know, I read the comments that are even critical. I don't know how many other programs do that where they don't mind hearing from the other side, but you're certainly on one of them. So if you like, being able to speak freely, This is one of those places. Follow the program. Give your boy a sub if you go. Anthony, I think you're talking about a survey that some companies tried to follow, saying that 10% diversity would be a good goal. That wasn't a law. Yeah, in regards to that law, or claim that affirmative action, all this shit, for the most part, DEI and affirmative action stuff only really applies to government. If you own your own Ace Hardware, ain't nobody forcing you to hire black people. If you own your own restaurant, ain't nobody forcing you to have black waitresses in there. Most, you know, what do they always say on the right? Most of America works at small businesses. Small businesses never was forced to deal with DEI or affirmative action. That stuff was applying more to maybe a big corporation like AT&T or something. They might want to do it just to strengthen their customer base, because you don't want your customers being told you're a racist, you don't hire people. But that's at the big level, like the Walmarts and shit like that. And other than that, then you're talking about maybe the federal government and places like that. But the average business, they never adhered to DEI or affirmative action. And they never were required to do it. They never were. If you had your own business and you got 50 employees or something like that, ain't nobody forcing you to hire black folks or white folks. I didn't want the America to end up like, I don't know where you're talking about. Do you remember what Joe Biden put us through with COVID-19? Did you black it out? I lived it and worked through it. I mean, I've had all of the booster shots, and I was working in the intensive care unit in hospitals at the time. I was setting up beds and shit for COVID patients. I remember it quite clear. I was walking in hospitals looking like a fucking astronaut. I had to be covered from head to toe. When you say what Biden put us through, I don't just look at it as Biden because Trump is on record saying get vaccinated. It works. Trump was telling people to get vaccinated too. So I don't know if we want to say Biden put us through it. I mean, I don't see any evidence that suggests that Trump handled COVID any better. In fact, to me, when Trump got on television and said COVID would be gone by April with no evidence, to me, that's worse. To just get on TV and lie to the American people. I would give Biden more credit, because even though Biden had people doing crazy shit like washing groceries and stuff, at least he was taking it from the professionals. Trump just got on TV and said this shit is gonna be gone by April. Ain't nobody told him that. Just made up some shit. So I'm going to give Biden the win on that. I'm not going to brag and say Biden handled it greatly, but I'm going to give Biden the win on it, because at least he was being consistent. Get on TV and say the shit would be gone by April. Why the hell would you say something like that? Just make up some shit and tell the people. Give people false hope based on nothing. And then April comes around and people in body bags all over the fucking place. Biden didn't do that. I would rather you tell me to wear a mask in a grocery store when I really don't want to wear a mask than to tell me this is going to be gone by April and people end up being dead all over the place. So I'm going to give Biden a win on COVID. Thank you for providing our point. Okay. You're welcome. You must be all the way crazy. I don't know what. No, I'm halfway. I'm only halfway crazy. I remember when they tried to blame the Army helicopter crash on DEI. It had absolutely nothing to do with DEI. Yeah, here's the reason why. Here's one of my biggest problems with DEI. It's racist. It's fucking racist. If you are a white person, particularly a man that gets a job and you clearly don't have the fucking merit to get it, you'll never be called DEI. If Pete Hegseth was black, he would be DEI. If Pete Hegseth was black, particularly if he was a liberal, if Pete Hegseth with his credentials running the entire U.S. military, if Pete Hegseth with those credentials was running the military under a liberal president and a person of color, they would be calling him DEI. It's racist. The term is fucking racist. You can't get it if you're white and a man. It's a fucking racist term. So I want to tell you that. No matter, even if you do the exact same, even if you meet the definition of what they're calling DEI, you didn't earn it. They're never going to call you DEI. It's a fucking racist term. I don't have any other way to describe it. There's plenty of people that got jobs that happen to be white males that don't deserve it and didn't earn it, and they'll never be called DEI. You can only get it if you are a person of color, sexual orientation, or happen to be a woman. If you're a white male, you'll never be called this. That's a pretty good privilege, in my opinion, for folks who suggest that privilege don't exist. Here's an insult you will never get. It's pretty cool, ain't it? Most of Trump's cabinet didn't earn it. Well, I disagree with that. I think Trump got qualified. I think he got plenty of qualified people in his cabinet. I know the left is going to hate when I say this, but finishing your comment, Brandy, you says most of Trump's cabinet didn't earn their positions either. All these people mad about DEI forget that even people that get hired or accepted based on DEI also have merit. Yeah. Well, I disagree with the notion that Trump's to me, Kristi Noem is qualified for what she does. Now, we may not like what she's doing, but she's qualified. Just like I believe Kamala Harris was qualified. You just didn't like what she was doing, but her resume shows she's qualified. Kristi Noem is qualified. Marco Rubio is qualified. Tom Homan is definitely qualified. Who else does he got? Pete Hegseth is not. Kennedy is not. Tulsi Gabbard is qualified. Who else does he got out there? Pam Bondi, I'd have to look more into her, but she's probably somewhat qualified. Judge Jeanine Pirro is qualified for what she's doing. She's a former judge. Judge Jeanine Pirro is qualified. Like I said, it's a difference between being qualified versus you like what they do. They are qualified. The resume of Pirro, the resume of Noem, the resume of Rubio, they're qualified. In the resume of Kamala Harris, she was qualified. In fact, Kamala Harris's resume literally looks like somebody that's on the trajectory to becoming president. District attorney, attorney general for California. Then she became, I believe, senator of California. Then she became vice president. She literally is on a trajectory to somebody's going right into that position. She's qualified. She's qualified. You just don't like what she's doing, but she is qualified. Pete Hegseth, on the other hand, his resume does not look like somebody headed into that position. You know whose resume does look like somebody who's headed into that position? The guy they fired to get a job to Pete Hegseth. The guy they actually claimed was DEI. He had their actual resume. Left my ass off. I wasn't replying to drinking bleach or somebody's talking about drinking bleach. He said disinfectant, by the way. He didn't say drinking bleach. Most of Trump's cabinet, like I said, I disagree. I think his cabinet, many of them are qualified. We just, if you lean left, you just don't like what they are doing while in office. Pete Hegseth is DEI, that coming from a 20-year army. Yeah, Pete Hegseth, my guess is most of the military think he's not qualified for that job. They may, even the MAGA voters may like, the MAGA military voters are probably like, he's doing a good job. I like what he's doing for the country, but, on paper, no, he's not qualified. But he's showing that you didn't have to have all the qualifications to be decent. That's what I think a lot of MAGA veterans would say. But I think even MAGA that served in the military will look at him and be like, how did you get this high up with the rank you had in the military? He's not qualified. He's not qualified. Don't know what just happened there. My YouTube froze. I know Falcon. I know a woman who got obsessed with it, hooked on it, and she's also crazy cultist. She became obsessed with politics and lost her shit. Politics can bring out the worst in you. It absolutely can. I talk to folks all the time, even though I like talking to them, but it can bring out the worst in you. Anyway, folks, I've rambled on way too much since my TikTok went down, but I do appreciate hundreds of you stayed with me on these 3 platforms. So thank you for that. Many of you criticized me. I don't care. I appreciate that. It's still support. It's still your input. You have a right to your own opinion. So feel free to do that anytime on my program without any concern of being blocked, banned, or censored for having a difference of opinion. I favor all opinions, and we can discuss it. I'm not always right. Many of you are not always right either. That's why we get together and have free speech. So just going to ask before I go ahead and get my ass to bed, because I got to get up early in the morning to go to my day job just like the rest of you folks do. Follow the program if you're watching on Clapper or Instagram. And for you guys watching on YouTube, Just because we don't fucking agree don't mean you can't give your boy a sub. Help out the program, give your boy a sub, click the notification bells, and we can talk shit tomorrow. Catch you guys later. Have a good night. I'm taking my ass to bed. I got to go. Take care.